So what I'm going to do is I will give you the floor now to you, and then you present the elements of decision, and then I will give the floor to the representative of Cameroon, and then I will give the floor to you, and then the representative of Mali, and then this is where reflection and discussion of implementation of recommendations. So yes, now after this, after you have the remark, right? You have the remark as well. First the remark and the questions later. Questions later. Okay, no problem. So what about this? Okay. You're good? Yes, yes. What are the elements of the first one? Je voulais juste les remercier pour avoir fait le déplacement. C'est just the process. You could look at them according to see which ones are first. You tell so what's happening? Yes. Sorry? Thank you very much, distinguished representatives of the Republic of Cameroon and the Republic of Mali. We appreciate your presence here. We appreciate that you've honored the invitation that we have extended to you, and you've traveled all the way to present the status of implementation of the decisions of the African Committee of Experts in the context of these two communications. We have the country rapporteurs and the chair, as he is also the country rapporteur of the Republic of Mali. He requested me to facilitate the discussion that we are going to have this morning, as he will also have another responsibility of taking us through the communication against the Republic of Mali. In this regard, I would like to give the floor to Honorable Joseph Sina, who is the country rapporteur of the Republic of Cameroon, to present the elements of the decisions of the committee on communication number 006, communication 002/2015 against the Republic of Cameroon. After we hear from Honorable Sina, we will give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Cameroon to present on the status of implementation of the recommendations of the African Committee of Experts on the right and welfare of the child. We will then proceed to hear from Honorable Roach on the elements of decisions of the committee on communication number 13 against the Republic of Mali. will then hear the representatives of Are we okay? Yeah.
C'est bon chez vous? Oui, c'est bon. Ça va. Okay.
So we will then hear from the Republic of Mali on the status of implementation of the recommendations of the committee. Before we proceed, please allow me to give the floor to the government representatives to take just the floor and introduce themselves, their names and their official designation and the ministry that they are coming from as well. I'll start from my right here, the representative from the Republic of Cameroon.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur, de me passer la parole. Je suis Madame Victoire Tchek. Je suis le sous-directeur de la sauvegarde de l'enfant au ministère des Affaires sociales. Donc, je suis honorée.
I'm in charge of social affairs, and I'm glad to be part of this important meeting.
Representatives from the Republic of Mali.
Bonjour à l'Assemblée.
Good morning, all. My name is Tamram Sabedi, Director of the Promotion of the Child's Right and Family. And I'm leading a delegation ready to respond to the questions that are put to us, as well as reinforcing indeed the relationship with us in the committee. Thank you. Good morning all. My name is Kuribashi Kuke. I'm a lawyer by profession. I'm responsible at the appeal court of Moko.
Thank you very much. Representatives from the Republic of Cameroon and the Republic of Mali. Without further ado, now I give the floor to Honorable Joseph Sina, the country rapporteur of the Republic of Cameroon, to give us the major elements and the recommendations of the committee in the context of the decisions made by the committee on communication number 6 against the government, the Republic of Cameroon. You have the floor, Sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aliu. Chair, committee members, good morning all. I want to welcome you to this very constructive engagement and decisions submitted by the committee. Let me go straight to the point. The communication was submitted by the Institute of Human Rights and Development in Africa and Finders Group Initiative on behalf of TFA, a minor, on 16th November 2015. The core allegation made by the complainants is that the authorities in Cameroon failed to adequately and effectively investigate the crime of rape perpetrated against a minor. And here's just a summary of the facts. TFA, who was 10 years old, was raped on April 9, 12, 15, and 16th of 2012 in Amanda, northwest region of Cameroon. The victim's aunt officially filed the case before the local police. A medical examination requested by the police confirmed the rape, and a medical certificate was obtained. The victim identified the suspect perpetrator as Mr. Angwa Jeftamba, described as a prominent and influential figure in the area. When the victim led the police to the suspect's house, the police did not enter with her, and the suspect was later reported to have traveled. The suspect was not remanded in custody, contrary to Cameroon's criminal procedure code requirements for a felony complaint. The investigating judicial police took 3 months before submitting a report to the legal department. Following that, the State Council filed the findings with the examining magistrate, who subsequently dismissed the evidence for disclosing no case. When the complainant's lawyer requested a copy of the ruling for purposes of an appeal, the examining magistrate refused, stating that only the state could appeal the ruling. This refusal denied the victim's representatives the right to initiate any form of private legal action, whether civil or criminal. The complainants alleged that the failure to investigate and prosecute violated specific rights under the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child and other international instruments. The primary allegation alleged violations under the African Charter, namely Article 1, state obligation, failure to effectively investigate and provide redress. Article 3, non-discrimination. Sexual abuse constitutes gender-based violence, which is a form of gender-based discrimination. And Article 16, protection against child abuse and torture. Rape is a violation of TFA's right to dignity and personal integrity and constitutes torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. This was therefore the decision of the committee. The African Committee found the respondent state, the government of Cameroon, in violation of several obligations under African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The committee determined that 5 years after the crime of rape was committed, the perpetrator had not been properly investigated or convicted. The state failed to discharge its duty to carry out effective investigation that results in the punishment of the perpetrator. The appeal proceeding, which the state alleged was underway, was found to be unduly prolonged and not in line with the best interests of the child. The committee concluded that the human rights obligation of states is one of obligation of result, not obligation of diligence. And these are the specific violations of the Charter. Violation of Article 1, obligation of state parties, general measures of implementation. The respondent failed to exercise due diligence to investigate the violation, effectively prosecute and punish the perpetrator, and ensure effective remedy for the victim. This breach of obligation requires the state to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights enumerated in the Charter. Violation of Article 3, non-discrimination. The committee found that the sexual abuse TFA suffered amounted to gender-based violence, which disproportionately affects women and girls. Gender-based violence is considered a form of gender-based discrimination. The state's failure to thoroughly investigate and prosecute the discriminatory act resulted in a breach of Article 3. Violation of Article 16, protection against child abuse and torture. The committee concluded that Rape is the worst form of sexual abuse and constitutes inhuman or degrading treatment as envisaged by Article 16(1). The state failed to show due diligence to investigate the rape and effectively prosecute and punish the perpetrator, as well as failing to ensure effective remedy for the victim, thereby violating TFA's right to free from all forms of torture, inhuman and degrading treatment. These were therefore the recommendations for the government of Cameroon. 1. Justice and remedy. Immediately ensure that the perpetrator of rape against TFA is prosecuted and punished for violating TFA's right to be free from inhuman and degrading treatment, an effective remedy for TFA. 2. Compensation. Pay a sum of 50 million CFA franc to TFA as compensation for the non-pecuniary damage she suffered, including physical, mental, and emotional trauma. 3. Legislative reform. Enact and implement a legislation eliminating all forms of violence, including sexual violence against children. 4. Capacity building. Train the police, prosecutors, judges, and other responsible government agencies on how to protect and advance children's rights. 5. Specialized unit. Create specialized police unit and courts handling cases of violence against children. 6. Victim support. Establish effective special monitoring units to provide necessary support for a child who is a victim of torture, inhuman or degrading treatment, and for those who have the care of the child. And finally, awareness campaigns. Develop and publicly implement awareness-raising educational and communication strategies aimed at the eradication of beliefs, practices, and stereotypes which legitimize and exacerbate the persistence and tolerance of violence against children. Follow-up on implementation. It is to be recalled that an implementation hearing was held during the 37th ordinary session of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, where the committee was able to observe the implementation of some of the recommendations of the committee, such as the training of judiciary and steps taken in prosecuting perpetrator. Moreover, other key aspects of the recommendations were not implemented, including the order of payment of compensation to TFA, the amendment of the relevant laws and the establishment of child-friendly courts. Furthermore, while the perpetrator was prosecuted and sentenced to 12 years of imprisonment, the sentence was appealed, and the results of that appeal is not yet disclosed to the committee. Furthermore, the Republic of Cameroon did not respond to the request of the committee to undertake follow-up mission and not to submit any report on the implementation of the recommendations in the decision. So these are the elements of the communication.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sena, for that summary of the decisions of the committee on communication number 6 against the Republic of Cameroon. on matters related to TFA. As we've heard from the country rapporteur, the case involves allegations against violations of the African Children's Charter on Article 1, Article 3, Article 16, and then the committee has also given very specific recommendations, 7 areas covering matters of effective prosecution, compensation and remedy, legislative reform, capacity building, institutional measures, specifically establishing special codes, victim support activities, and awareness campaigns. The country rapporteur has also given us updates on what has been done to follow up on the status of implementation of the recommendations of the committee in the context of this communication. Based on these submissions and the decisions given by the committee, the Honorable Representative of the Republic of Cameroon, first of all, and as I've said before, the fact that you are here by itself demonstrates the political will of the Republic of Cameroon to cooperate with the mechanisms of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, which we sincerely appreciate. So we are honored to have you. It's a great privilege to have you here with us for the committee to hear firsthand on the measures that the Republic of Cameroon has taken in the context of these recommendations. So as I give you the floor to brief us on the status of implementation of these recommendations, and in the interest of time, I kindly ask that we limit the intervention only on matters related to the recommendations of the committee in the context of this communication. You have the floor, Madam.
Okay, thank you too much, Mr. Monsieur le Président, les honorables membres du comité,
Mr. Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in your respective capacities and competencies, the Republic of Cameroon would like to thank ACERWC for the granted opportunity in order to present the state of advancements in terms of the implementation of the actions when it comes to the decision that has been put to us. We need to mention that the committee is responsible for the follow-up on the regional mechanisms and actions for the promotion of human rights and has a coordination capacity. The Cameroon presented the situation of the implementation of recommendation of the committee in the 37th session that took place online in 2021, in March 2021. And we would like to express the effort made by Cameroon in order to implement these recommendations. Some challenges will also be highlighted. First, we would like to speak about the measures taken in order to implement the recommendations. First, a recommendation to make sure that the author of the crime of rape against Tefa should be taken to court and provide the necessary reparations that are necessary. The minor Tefa, whose case was presented to the High Court that emitted its judgment in August 2022, the author of the crime was declared guilty of infringement to human dignity according to the Article 344 of the Penal Code, and was condemned to 12 years of imprisonment. The author of the crime was also condemned, or was bound to send to 10 million of CFA franc to the victim as a reparation. And this same author of the crime made an appeal to the judge regarding the judgment of the High Court to the Appeal Court of the Northwest, and this appeal is still being reviewed as we speak. The author of the crime, Mr. Anwar Shefter, remains detained within the central prison of Bamenda, and there will be a hearing on the 16th of December 2025. Second recommendation, it is the one to pay 50 million in compensation to the issues that the victim experienced. We are talking about the promotion and the protection of human rights, and here we are still this committee is still working on the procedures with regards to this matter, with in conjunction with the Ministry of Finance.
Troisième recommandation relative.
There's a third recommendation which comes to the implementation of a law that eliminates all sorts of violence and sexual abuse against children. Although no law has been adopted as yet, we may take into account the law 2023 of July 2025 that speaks about the charter that is linked to the Charter of the Protection of Children when it comes to online usage of the online usage of platforms. We also have general policies on the protection of the child. As a reglementary text, we have circulars from the Ministry of Secondary Education linked to the fight against violence, gender-based violence within schools. And this circular is sent by the Basic Education Department of December 2023 regarding the protection of young girls against gender-based violence in school environments. Mention measures so that the delinquents be punished by the law. And as such, we have also the circular of the Ministry of Secondary Schools from 2022, April 2022, that is speaking about the modality of the management of early pregnancies within schools. So this circular, or this letter, if I may say, allows these young girls to pursue their academic aspirations. We also have the national plan to eliminate feminine FGM, feminine genital mutilations, and also early marriages. This was in 2020. Fourth recommendation. The training of the police, of prosecutors, judges, and other governmental institutes in order to protect and to promote the child's rights. In this vein, we would say that the Ministry of Justice, through the protection of human rights and international cooperation, is responsible for the judiciary protection of human rights. And it is within this framework that children are protected against violence. Four workshops were organized in Yaoundé and Maro in 2022, and Yaoundé, Bafoussam in 2023, and 2 workshops in Yaoundé and Boya in 2024, and 2 workshops in Douala and Bafoussam in 2025. These workshops brought together magistrates and prosecutors, police officers, and the personnel of carceral or prison institutions. And therefore the Ministry of in charge of family organized training in order to combat violence against children, together with the forum, the African Child Policy Forum. In this seminar in 2021 and 2022, the Ministry of Justice, together with UN Women and the Ministry in charge of family, organized 6 workshops on VBG and violence against young girls with judges, prosecutors, civil society, and doctors. So in 2025, similar trainings were organized in Limbe Douala, financed by GIZ. When it comes to judiciary police, their training includes the protection of the child, and another module is policing for minors. In 2023, within the regions of North and Southwest, we had several workshops for investigations and monitoring methods when it comes to violence against women and children. 5th recommendation, the creation of police units and specialized courts in order to face violence against children. We would like to mention that the gender and child desk were placed within investigation units. In July 2025, we counted 20 workshops within the commissions and the units of the police units. In some towns, some judges have been allocated to deal with matters concerning children. Sixth, recommendation. The creation of surveillance units, special surveillance and tribunals responsible to deal with children who have been tortured and dealt in inhumane way, so that these children can find justice. We have indeed personnel that has been allocated for children with special needs. We have children who are in moral danger and who are abandoned. We have a platform for children who are in emergency cases, and the task force for the national protection of the child that is community-based, that emphasizes the fight against violence, abuse, exploitation of children at a community level. As such, we have the launching of an open line, a free line for children who have been victims of maltreatance, violence, and exploitation. So we have these toll-free lines. And we also working in prevention and protection of children against all forms of violence, and also the drafting in 2024 of POSs, harmonized POSs for the management of cases of violence, but also the protection information management system, CPMS Plus, which is a system of information management for the protection of child with, in partnership with UNICEF. We must say that the system has the objective of improving the management of data and the protection of the child. Seventh, recommendation. The social support of TEFA. The state, through its Ministry of Social Affairs, has ensured the psychosocial support through its operational services, which has allowed the child to have self-esteem, self-acceptance, and to focus on their studies. And in terms of the support for scholar reintegration, the state has taken measures in terms of the material support until metric. Eighth recommendation, sensitization campaigns and education strategies and of communication, leading to eradicate beliefs and stereotypes that lead to the persistence of violence against children. The Ministry of Social Affairs works in a central way and also at the regional way in order to stop the proliferation of the use of social media and fight against violence, use of drugs, and children traffic and sexual exploitation. So the beneficiaries are children, the families, and the communities. On the other hand, several activities are being led by the ministerial department in terms of the prevention and the help of children who have been exploited and discriminated against, together with the Ministry of the Promotion of the Woman and the Child. And we note here the sessions of valorization and intergenerational exchanges within families and communities, and the sessions of capacity building of opinion leaders, traditional and religious leaders in terms of the child's protection. A workshop aiming to fight the abuse against children in 2022, together with the members of the committee of social and cultural affairs of the National Assembly, and together with the ministry responsible for the child, for the woman rather, and the family, we can mention the launch in 2025 of women in partnership with UNICEF in order to fight against early marriages, VBG, as well as linked to period hygienes, but also programs of positive parenting, aiming at ensuring that children have a safe family environment. But also there's the national campaign against sexual violence against children. And I must say that the Ministry of Social Affairs and the promotion of women and family have led several sensitization campaigns. So in 2024, within this framework, we had sensitized 12,000, more than 12,000 people, 2,900 administrative personnel, several parents, and heads of communities in terms of the prevention of early marriages. The last part, challenges when it comes to implementation. The creation of courts, tribunals, and special police units aimed at dealing specifically to abuse against children and violence against children has faced budgetary constraints. This initiative requires an investment in infrastructures dedicated to the mobilization of human resources. Therefore, one of our challenges is the training of the various pertinent actors. We are faced with resource constraints. Before concluding this presentation, I would like to mention the question regarding the request made by the committee in terms of a mission being sent to Cameroon. I must say that this matter has still been looked upon within the cabinet of the president. Mr. Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Representative of the Republic of Cameroon, for this submission. I will not try and summarize the presentation in the interest of time, but you have covered all the issues. You provided us with information with regard to the measures taken by the respondent state in this case. In each of the recommendations given by the committee, you have also highlighted some of the challenges that you are facing to realize full implementation of the recommendations of the committee. We thank you for your presentation. We will come back to the questions and answer session and discussions later after we hear from Honorable Ghislaine Roche and representatives from the Republic of Mali. Now I give the floor to Honorable Roche, who is a country rapporteur of the African Committee of Experts to the Republic of Mali, to give us the elements of the decisions of the committee in the context of communication number 13 against the Republic of Mali. You have the floor, Honorable Roche.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As a country rapporteur for Mali, for ACERWC, it is an honor for me and a real pleasure to wish once more time a warm welcome to the Mali delegation that has come to this consultation for the monitoring and the follow-up on the decision of the committee with regards to decision 13/001/2020 of Mali for the Republic of Mali. It is a communication that was presented by the Association of Progress and the Defense of Women's Rights and the Institute of Human Rights and Development in Africa, EHRDA, for the mine that has laid a complaint against the Republic of Mali. After the exchanges with the various parties and after having looked carefully at the various proofs and information, the committee laid its recommendation in 2020, in December 2020. The judgment was submitted in 2023, and the government has not yet submitted its report on the implementation, and this was expected in December 2024. This requires that the various violations be rectified, redressed, and to mention the various challenges that are being faced in order to make sure that the decisions of the committee are implemented. What are the facts? The communication is about a man that is 11-year-old and that was raped by a 36-year-old man. And after being alerted by the Centre Commercial of Bamako, the family was led to an NGO in order to obtain a social assistance. And this led to the judgment of Sheikh Umar, and he was actually kept in custody by the judicial police. And this led to an investigation. In the 4th of April 2018, the Judiciary Police submitted the dossier to the Ministry of Public Affairs. And the case number was RP 286. Thereafter, the author of the crime was sent to the communal court. And from that date, the victim and the mother did not receive the information with regards to the matter. On the 4th of February 2019, the municipal court was approached by the lawyer of the victim through a legal letter, and yet no other act was made. The communication also mentions that the victim suffers from physical symptoms and post-traumatic symptoms through the act of rape and is living in a state of fear, preventing or prohibiting them to leave their homes. And the procedure has been extremely slow.
The violation of Articles 1, 3, 4 of the African Charter for the Rights and Well-being of the Child. In its decision, ACERWC deemed that the Republic of Mali violated its obligations, Article 1, owing to the lack of reasonable diligence, investigating efficiently and punishing Omar Sako and ensuring the reparation. The committee considered that the member state did not discharge itself for the obligation as incumbent to her as per the African Charter for the Right and Welfare of the Child, taking all necessary measures to protect and promote the rights enshrined in the Charter. Article 3, as per the non-discrimination, the committee notes that the member state did not implement efficacious measures to prevent discriminatory measures and undertaking appropriate measures to protect the victim against any form whatsoever of discriminations which constitute the violation of the Article 3 of the Charter for the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Article 4, the committee deems that the defending the respondent country does not accord the best interest of the victim, condemnation of the offender for rape, and effective reparation for the damage caused to the victim. With regard to the protection against ill treatment and torture, Article 16, having not prevented or intervened and trialed and repaired adequately the victim, the member state violated its obligation of protection as per Article 16 of the Charter, which imposes itself to protect, promote, and achieve the rights of the victim, and the victim exempted of any form of tortures, degrading, inhuman treatment, negligence, ill treatment, including sexual abuses. In its decision, the Committee of ACERWC formulated to Mali a plethora of recommendations with regard to remediating the measures and preventing repetitions. These recommendations are anchored on justice and reparation of the victim child, which encompasses ensuring that Mr. Omar Sako should be tried and punished for having violated and raped a minor of 11, and guaranteeing an effective reparation for the victim, and discharging himself of an equitable compensation covering the psycho, social, and physical damages the victim has gone through. With regard to institutional procedures, the committee calls upon Mali to revise its constitution as per the delay of investigations from the instructing judge for the best interest of the child in terms of rape, and ensuring that the laws and the policies pertaining to the child may align to the African Charter for the Right and Welfare of the Child as per the Article 2 of the Charter. With regard to the mental, psychosocial support of the child, the committee calls upon the member state to assess the situation of the child and ensure promptly the physical, social support of the victim. With regard to traumatism and all the consequences linked to rape, and to ensure a national policy which aims to support the victims of rape so as to ensure the medical expertise and medical and psychological support of the victims. With regard to prevention and sensitization, the committee recommends the member states to work shoulder to shoulder with the civil society organizations and all stakeholders so as to draft and implement all sensitization campaigns for short and long terms in favor of the population on the prevention and the fight against rape in Mali, and ensuring that all the government organs work in synergy so as to implement reparational programs and efficacious measures, accessible, sufficient, and prompt, and ensuring the participation of the victim children in drafting and elaboration and implementation of this program. With regard to warning tools, the committee calls upon the member state to create green free tools available free 24/7 so as to ensure that victims or any other person to signal any kinds of sexual violences for better protection and support to the victims, and so that the victims may be directed to appropriate and adequate services, and ensuring the accessibility of warning mechanisms on sexual violence against children throughout the whole territory of Mali and in all the most remote corners of Mali. With regard to support services, the committee calls upon the Republic of Mali to ensure a legal representative of social workers and psychologists and a specialized training directed and based on the right of the children throughout the territory of Mali, and undertake appropriate measures to guarantee an efficacious services to ensure a holistic support of children who are victims of rape, and to furnish support to the victims at all the steps of illegal processes, and identifying the causality and the consequences of sexual violence based on gender, and undertaking adequate measures to prevent them, and to ensure that the legal representatives who are supporting the children in legal systems and to furnish to the children all necessary measures throughout all procedures. With regard to capacity building to legal actors, the committee recommended to the member state for training based on sexual violence and gender-based violences for all the prosecutors, instructing judges, and law enforcement agencies on children, and all justice measures adapted to children so as to treat professionally and effectively the matters relating to children, to establish mechanisms enabling investigating and trying offenders, and through the creation of specialized court as in accordance with child-based justice, in the absence of specialized justices, so that this court may be adapted and implementing specialized justice adapted to children. With regard to the implementation of decisions as per Section 22, as per the examination of communication of ACERWC, the member state should submit a report to the committee on all the measures undertaken so as to implement the measures of the committee with a timeline of 180 days. Here, with presented the quintessence of the communication with regard to the Republic of Mali.
Very much, Honorable Country Rapporteur, Honorable Roche, for the summary that you've given us. the update that you provided, focusing on the allegations, including on Article 1, Article 16, and others, and the major recommendations that this committee has delivered to the respondent state. As in the case with the Republic of Cameroon, we will also now hear from the representatives from the Republic of Mali. As I've said before to our honorable sisters here representing the Republic of Cameroon, we have a big delegation from the Republic of Mali. We don't take it for granted. We sincerely appreciate your presence here. Despite the challenge that we are facing in the region, you've continued your cooperation, support to the work of the committee. It's only when member states of the African Union responds to these mechanisms like the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child that we can actually benefit from the mechanisms established within our union. Every time that we reach out to you, you respond to us on a timely manner. We thank you for that. The fact that you are here in Maseru, honoring the invitation that the committee has forwarded, by itself also shows your political will to work towards enhancing the protection and the promotion of children's rights in the Republic of Mali. It is within this context that we are having this dialogue today, appreciating your efforts, but also for us to work together to address the gaps and the challenge that we are facing, to realize the full implementation of the recommendations of the committee. Having said that, I would like to now give the floor to the representatives from the Republic of Mali to present the status of implementation of the committee's recommendations in the context of communication number 13/2020 against the Republic of Mali. In your presentation, you may limit your presentation focusing on the major recommendations that the committee has given and the measures that you have taken and the challenge that you have faced. You have the floor, honorable delegates.
Thank you so very much, distinguished chair. Thank you so very much to all the distinguished members of the committee. Thank you equally to the participants. Thank you unfetteredly to all the members of the delegation of the Republic of Mali. With a particular mention and sending the flowers to the chairman on our delegation. This delegation demonstrated without any iota of doubt to show and buttress our commitment to respond to your calling. First and foremost, Mali is very much concerned of its international obligations. Furthermore, throughout the last census of the population of Mali, we are almost 24 million of people. In amongst the 24 million, 60% are the youth. And when you put a laser this percentage, you shall note that 45% of this portion is people aged from 1 to 15 years. Therefore, Mali cannot stand with padlocked arms with regard to the right of the children. This is vital for our children. Distinguished Chair, honorable members of the committee, indulge me honestly to introduce to you the delegation of Mali and to magnify and to laud and commend the works of the committee. As an expert of law, when I read the decision, I found myself glued, imbued into that. I finally realized that this is a propitious moment which should enable us as law practitioners so that we may find grain so many questions relating to the right of the children which we are ignoring on international and community laws. Sincerely and unfetteredly, it has been laboriously and arduously, assiduously drafted, and we find ourselves within the tenet. Distinguished Chair, to respond to the question, we are here today following the request which was introduced by APDF, an NGO dealing a rape of a minor girl of 11 years by a certain delinquent Mashako, age of 36. Then the legal procedure has been instructed, adjudicated, and the delinquent, the offender, was condemned. And conversely of this procedure, and this explains our very own presence here, the committee was seized and the dossier was dealt with, and a decision was given way, decision 0013 of 2020 of this very committee, which condemned the Republic of Mali and emitted its recommendations. Distinguished honorable members of the committee, before responding to your very own recommendations, I'd like to call upon your attention, as I have said luminarily, that Mali cannot stand iced in the questions dealing with the children. As I have aforementioned, I am a professor of law. We have put the laser to this dossier. We went throughout all of it. We consumed it, even though we were not part of the composition which judged this issue. However, we can reassure you that this issue was dealt with the greatest finesse. Naturally, national agents do not always align with international mechanisms, and this explains and explicates our very presence here to shed a light. Distinguished Chair, I can guarantee you that this issue was taken with an octopus attention, and the delinquent, the offender, was sentenced and benefited to none of any mitigation circumstances. The complainant party did not present itself, even though it was invited, even though in spite of that absence, its interest was represented. However, we deem fit that the decision of the committee are superior to the national jurisdiction, and this explains why we are here with the plethora of our delegation, and to respond to the recommendations that were formulated and drafted to the Republic of Mali. Without further ado, we're going to delve into the recommendations. Recommendations 16 recommendations were directed to Mali, in chief amongst which 4 dealing with our daughter IS. Distinguished Chair, honorable members of the committee, The committee, in its first recommendation, requested that Omar Sako should be tried and punished for having raped a minor of 11 years and guarantee an effective reparation of damages. Two, as in my introduction, Mr. Sekman Sako has been, without any iota of doubt, sentenced following the decree of 00/2021, 10 years without any grace. And he is completing his sentence. And the court, in its sentence, reserved the interest because the defendant, through her parents, were called upon, but they did not present themselves. However, the court reserved its right because the timeline is for 20 years, and up to now, there is always a possibility to claim the civil interest, so that Mr. Sako, to make sure that Mr. Sako has discharged himself for the damages and interest. With regard to equitable compensation to AS for physical prejudice and emotional ones, distinguished honorable members of this August Assembly, would like to inform you that when we received the decision of the committee, we had undertaken our steps so as to be in contact with our daughters. But unfortunately and lamentably, despite the fact of that contacts, the numbers do not work, and the domicili citandi, or the address, do not work. Unfortunately, PDF, through its lawyer, these structures were relaunched, and lamentably, they are not in contact with these IS. And suddenly, we are caressing difficulties to be in contact with this IS lady and PDF, the NGO that litigated. However, we are more than open, because this is an issue of commitment. This is an issue of honor for the Republic of Mali, and this explains why we mobilize the whole team so as to demonstrate without any ambiguity whatsoever that the children's rights are part of our core, and we shall ensure that they are realized. However, we shall work arduously and laboriously so that this decision may see its execution. With regard to the third recommendations, requesting the Republic of Mali to revise its penal code as per the delay of investigations stemming from the instructing judge not responding to the supreme interests of the child. Distinguished honorable members, Mali, even if we are not saying that we have taken plainly into account this recommendation, Mali in December 2024 revised not only its penal code but also the penal code. The provisions relative to the right of the children, are they in content? Chief among which the blueprint with regard to the delay of investigation, as it had been elucidated, is this the suppression of the roving court and replaced by an appropriate court. This to say that the delay of judgments were synthesized and compressed. If from the onset the instructions were at 2 degrees and the chamber and sent to the appellate, which is not a permanent jurisdiction, today with instructions and the operationalization of the structure, this delay has been obsoletized and compressed, which explains that less than 1 year a legal litigation will see the judgment midwife. This to say that we have taken into consideration the timeline. With regard to evaluational measures for the situation of ICE and ensure efficaciously her psychological support so that she may be supported in dealing with infection that she contracted through the rape and trauma and all the subsequent circumstances. I have said that we are caressing difficulties of getting into contact with the young girl. However, we can promise you without any iota of doubt that we ensure to you that all jurisdictional mechanisms will be conjugated and ensuring a holistic reparation to ICE. Second, C, implementation of a national policy for the victim support throughout the territory of Mali so as to ensure medical expertise to confirm the rape and a psychological support to the victims of rape. Distinguished honorable members, in this regard, in the spirit of the letter, Mali possesses important tools to deal with the cases of rape and to take into charge and ensuring a medical psychological support to the victims. First and foremost, I'm speaking under the assistance of my delegation. In the years 2001, we have implemented a national center to fight against mutilation, and afterward there was involvement. We transformed that structure into a program against gender-based violence, which is very operational, which has its departments throughout, and we constituted a sort of WhatsApp centers. These are centers, these are psychomedical centers which exist at the breast of all district of Bamako, animated not only by doctors but also law enforcement agents, magistrates and social assistants. We are a country porous to terrorism. However, this center is verifiable. These centers are operational, and I can assure you that they're discharging themselves of the obligations, working closely with civil society organizations and other stakeholders with regard to drafting programs through sensitization programs in favor of the population in the spirit of the prevention against rape in Mali. Without any iota of doubt, distinguished chair and honorable members of the committee, these mechanisms are operational. We cannot be witnesses and actors. I personally have benefited from this through the Ministry of Gender. I witness the training of law enforcement agencies and the magistrate. The police has a special entity dealing with this, and there is even a project which has been deployed on the empowerment of women. There is even a master course at the level of the university introduced in the program in the National Judiciary Institute. A program in this regard. This is to show, to buttress, to demonstrate that this recommendation is part of us and we are implementing it. Offering support to the victims at all steps of legal processes and identifying the causality of sexual violence based on with a link to gender-based violence so as to prevent and eradicate. I believe that this recommendation has a linkage to my response. I believe that we are conjugating efforts in this spirit of the letter, ensuring that all government organs work in synergies. so as to implement reparational programs for efficacious and accessible, and to ensure the participation of victim children in the drafting and implementation of these programs. Distinguished Chair and honorable members of the committee, in avoidance of repetition, I have elucidated this from the onset that Mali is so committed to its international commitment and responsibilities. All issues pertaining to the right of the children, all these issues were dealt with. All these instruments protecting the children were dealt with. And equally, we have adopted a 2023 new constitution. In its preamble, the rights of the children are enshrined and articulated, and beyond this, a specific department has been dedicated through the Ministry of Promotion of the Child, the Infancy, and policies have been constituted at this level. And equally so, there is a special directorate which was created, and on a judicial component, we have established a specific directorate for the protection of the children, and special tribunals were subsequently created, and judges in this effect are appointed based on these specialized trainings based on children. This is to share to you that there is a correlational mechanism in between all these structures to deal with the infancy issue. Green free toll lines for children so as to signal all cases of sexual violences, and ensuring to protectional services and support to the victims, and directed to appropriate services. I believe that be it the police or all law enforcement agencies, they are all open lines, and all these WhatsApp centers are efficaciously operational 24/7 to respond to these urgent needs, ensuring the availability and accessibility of warning mechanisms, and also signaling of sexual violences against children throughout all the territory in the breast of all Mali, and transliterated and translated in all dialect. In this issue, speaking on behalf of the representative, a tool has been established which is operational throughout where the state is present, because, as I have aforementioned, this is preponderant for us. This is quintessential because it's more than the half of our population which is concerned. I believe that the state is availing, is taking its responsibilities and throughout its operational structures to deal with this issue.
We need to make sure that the legal representatives taking care of children provide all the necessary information to the child, and also provide the details of the procedure. Of course, before the decision of the committee, these committees existed within the penal code, not just within the code of the protection of the child. We have relooked at the codes of penal procedures, and we also included Association of the Protection of the Child's Rights, notably SNDA. We need to put together mechanisms allowing us to make sure that the rights of the child is respected, and to have specialized courts in line with the principle of justice that is child-friendly, having specialized tribunals, and also make sure that ordinary tribunals put in place procedures that are adapted or tailored to children. I've already spoken about this. In Bamako, in 2024, we had a law with regards to judiciary procedures that requires specialized courts for children. Bamako has a specialized court, and there are specialized procedures for other courts. To make sure that the policies of the state with regards to children be in line with cadet, especially Article 2.3 of the Charter. And I think that we've already mentioned this point. We already have an entire measures. We have indeed an entire mechanism that has been put in place. I hope I'm still within the time allocated to me. And now, in terms of revised directives, in terms of the follow-up of decisions, the member state must submit a report to the committee regarding all the measures that have been taken place within 180 days. And I think that Mali has already sent its communications through the Foreign Ministry. Mr. Chairperson, honorable members, it is imperative to mention that all the recommendations formulated by the committee are pertinent in that they contribute to the strengthening of the protection of the child and the child's well-being. Mali indeed commits to honor its obligations and to provide the necessary judiciary measures and mechanisms. This is why, having mentioned all of this, the state of Malawi has led judicial reforms, but also has led actions of prevention and the protection of the child, as well as the well-being of the child. It is necessary to mention that within the African context, speaking about organs of treaty, including ACERWC, we need to have simplified reports under the auspices of the UN and to provide the necessary responses according to the questionnaire of the committee. The answers to the question of the committee could lead to a thematic report, a simplified report, allowing us to share the complementary information when it comes to the progress, and the progress realized in terms of the implementation of recommendations. Thank you for your attention.
Honorable representative of the Republic of Mali for that comprehensive report addressing the various recommendations given by the committee. I was having discussions with the country rapporteurs. They may have, I will start with maybe Honorable Sina, the country rapporteur to the Republic of Cameroon, to have to ask one or two somehow follow-up questions to understand some of the issues much better. We know that you've addressed all the issues included and the recommendations of the committee as part of the decisions of the committee, but if the country rapporteurs have any question for more clarity that they need clarity on, I give them the floor and I start with Honorable Sina.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayali. Yeah, I think from the government representative, I mean, as we've all heard, the government has responded to most of the issues. But I'm just taking it from this perspective. TFA living for 10 years of post-rape trauma. So for me, it would be good that we actually try to expedite this process, especially in the area of accountability, holding the perpetrator. This is a matter of expediting the prosecution, and there is not need of actually appealing this and then going over. So I really want you to actually give us a clarity on this area of accountability and addressing the legal area, and also the compensation, because you mentioned that steps have been taken, but we want to have a concrete steps being taken in terms of giving us something like a roadmap to have a clear view of what concrete action has been taken by the government, and also probably to highlight some of the effective, like you talk about the unit setup, how effective these are. Those are just the areas I want you to throw light. Bear in mind the state in which TFA has lived for about 13 years in a situation in depression. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sina. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the government of Cameroon to reflect on the questions raised by Honorable Sina. We know that you have addressed most of the issues, but if you can just briefly reflect on his questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor again. Je remercie l'honorable pour l'intérêt qu'il porte.
I thank the Honorable for the interest that he gives to this question, because the issue of accountability is crucial in these kind of matters. When we're talking about the moral prejudice and psychological prejudice against the victim, however, as we mentioned in our prelude and within the core response that we gave, judiciary pursuit or judiciary case is still on. We're speaking about December 2025, which is very soon. The case will be reopened, and we are certainly determined to follow this procedure up until its end. I would like to guarantee the committee that the interministerial committee is following this case with great attention, so that the judiciary procedure may come to maturity, and so that the delinquent be sanctioned and penalized as required according to the law. And in terms of the implementation of this decision, regarding other reparations that are still being expected, we are really following up all the procedures, including those that pertain to the Ministry of Finance. We're waiting for the decisions, and we will do so until their completion. This is what I would like to say according to the question put to me by the Honorable.
explanations. I'm not sure if Honorable Roche, yeah, if you have some questions for the honorable delegates, please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much to the moderator. The defendant state has responded to all our requests and concerns, and we are glad to hear that the procedure has been initiated and that the delinquent has been sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment. The issue has been treated with the greatest care, or handled with the greatest care. However, we would like to look a little bit deeper into the interest of the victim. We believe that the state does not have any contact with the victim anymore, and we don't know what are the whereabouts of the victim. I would like to know if yes, the association has been in contact with the victim, and the question is, are you really in contact with this victim? Thank you.
That's a pertinent question, given the fact that the delegates have also indicated that if I heard the honorable delegate correctly, that they are having a challenge of administering psychosocial support to the victim, because they are having a challenge of contacting her. So I think it would be good to hear from you for us to have more information in this regard. You have the floor, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Indeed, we have some difficulties, some challenges. It is not my intention to subscribe to this manner of things. As I said, as a magistrate, I have a hand on the matter. I don't know what PDF brought this issue to the committee. And not being able to follow up on the subject according to the judiciary mechanisms. Even when it comes to the date, of course, we received the decision of the committee, and we will not comment on that based on the proof that were submitted. It is very clear. I'm a magistrate. And it's based on the dossier, the elements within the dossier, that you made your decision. And it is based on these facts that the Justice of Mali has made its judgment. It's clear that the girl is born on the 24th of September 2024. Rather, 2004, rather, my apologies. And it is clear that at the time, she was not, she was still a minor at the time. The man was in prison, sentenced to 10 years of prison. When the judge wanted to conclude, it was mentioned that no observation was made. And there was as well a statement of the civil parties that was sent to the victim and the mother. And the PDF tried to we tried to get into contact with PDF and the girl. However, as you know, there are changes of residences within our countries, and we were not able to get into contact with them. And the PDF had a lawyer who was part of all the procedures, and we believe that the state has done its best in order to provide the necessary reparation to the girl, to the victim. However, we were not able to do more. And the PDF itself that brought the case to the committee is not doing due diligence. They're the ones who assigned a lawyer. And we are doing our work with this lawyer, and that's what we can do. And today, PDF has not done due diligence. We have difficulties to enter into contact with the girl, the victim girl, and with the help of the court, I think the responsibility of the author was recognized and was sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment. And even the PDF or another lawyer comes in, the sentence is automatic because the decision has been issued.
Thank you so much, Honorable Delegate of the Republic of Mali. I think the Honorable Country Rapporteurs are done with the questions, or there is a follow-up question. Yes, please, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Facilitateur.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. I would like to ask the Mali delegation, what are the mechanisms that are in place and what are the dates when the committee will receive a formal report on the matter? Well, thank you very much, honorable members of the committee, dear representatives of member states, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you the greetings of the government of Mali. We would like to inform you that the document will be sent through the necessary diplomatic channels once we're back in Mali, taking into account the current situations. And this will be drafted by the government of Mali. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate. We are in a full cognizance of the current situation, very unfortunate situation that we are in with regard to some countries, including the Republic of Mali. But it was a position of this committee that it will continue engaging our countries, including the Republic of Mali, when it comes to, in the context of their human rights obligations, despite the decision given by the political organs. So we'll continue engaging when it comes in the context of the human rights obligations of the country for the betterment of children of Mali. I think maybe bilaterally we can discuss and see from our side as a committee in consultation with the organizations involved supporting the victim on the ground to locate the whereabouts of the victim. And I think the committee, through the country rapporteur, can actually play that role to also assist the respondent state to get in contact with the victim. We have the applicants, we have organizations on the ground which have approached this very committee in the context of this communication, and we've been informed by these organizations that they are actually in touch with the victim. So I think it is now with the committee to follow up with them and get you in contact with the organizations who are actually submitting that they are providing support to the victim. I think this is the whole idea of this conversation is not, this is not an adversarial system. This is just a constructive dialogue that we are having here. A constructive dialogue in the interest of our children. And the committee and its secretariat is with full knowledge and understanding that the primary custodian of children of Mali is actually the government of Mali. We are here just to assist, to support in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, as a Pan-African institution that we are. Having said that, and in consultation with the chair of the session and the vice chairperson of the committee, was instructed to also open the floor to members of the committee. If you have any questions or any inputs or any comments on this these two communications that we have just discussed, and we may also have applicants. This is not an implementation hearing, so we're not engaging it from that perspective, from that angle. But if there is any question for clarity that they would like to pose, and if we have applicants in the room in the context of these two communications, we can also briefly open the floor to them as well. But first, I would like to request if anyone from members of the committee would like to take the floor. Yes, Honorable Musiwa, then Honorable Abu Bakrin, then Honorable Ave, in that order. You may have the floor, Honorable Musiwa.
Thank you very much. I stand on the existing protocol to save time. And thank you very much to the two governments for coming in for this dialogue. Mine is a simple, straightforward question to Cameroon in the interest of the victim. In your presentation, as you are responding to one of the questions which the country rapporteur asked, you highlighted that the judiciary case is still on and it's going to reopen sometime in December. And I'm just looking at the victim. I did not really pick up what kind of psychosocial support is the victim being given. If we talk of psychosocial support, I'm mainly focusing on the psychological aspect. What kind of counseling is this child receiving? Because each time the case is discussed, it's reopening a wound. And when we reopen wounds, it's very traumatic. Issues of mental health are very, very critical in the development of this child, and also in the future. It will take time. It's always relived. So I would want to understand what is the state party put in position for this victim, so that counseling is continuous. It's not a one-day thing or a one-week thing. It has to be intense until there's proper closure. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Musiwa. Honorable Abu Bakrin.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you to all the presenters that have enlightened us when it comes to these two cases. However, I have a question to the Republic of Mali.
Can you put together all the measures to identify the victim?
Ça fait après 5 ans.
The situation has been lasting since 2020. It's a long time. The best interest of the child must be put forth. It's the states that must defend the interest of the child. Mali must do its best to preserve the supreme interest of the child. When it comes to Cameroon, it's been almost 10 years, we've not heard about the implementation of the decision. As Dr. Ayello said, states must put the necessary measures in place because these children need social support. States must do their best in terms of the implementation of the recommendations and decisions. You have all the necessary instruments. We're here to support you. But we also have the country rapporteurs to assist you. Our states must do their level best to implement in a timely manner all the decisions for the children. They are victims. They're innocent. We want both countries to take the necessary measures and as soon as possible to put in place, to implement the decision. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Much, Honorable Abakrin, Honorable Kava.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I also send my appreciation to these delegations that are here to take part in this dialogue. It shows the level of responsibility on their part to be here. Thank you. For me, I join my colleagues to ask, follow-up questions concerning the fate of the survivors at this time, both for governments of Cameroon and governments of Mali. But beyond that, the recommendations of the committee also were seeking for developments in the society that would deepen protection, for children in those two countries. And so when you talk about some of the initiatives or the responses that you have come up with, maybe in law reform, psychosocial support, setting up centers and all of that, I just want to know how much this has been institutionalized beyond even the survivors. When you talk about setting up centers, at what level are these centers set? Do they respond only maybe within the locality of those survivors, or they are devolved in the whole country in such a way that protection is strengthened for children in those communities? And then how have you been able to measure if you have made any progress? I do not strongly hear of any monitoring components of your responses for both countries. I did not hear how you have been monitoring since then to be sure that some progress has been made, to deepen protection for children in those countries. So for me, I would like to know what you have done in terms of monitoring, and if you can tell the committee that some progress has been made as a result of this, and there's been some shift, as a result of your interventions. I'm concerned that the survivor has not been located by the government of Mali. If I heard you correctly, you said efforts to locate. So I don't know how you are responding to the survivor if you have not been able to locate her, except if I did not hear you very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members of the committee. With your indulgence, honorable delegates, allow me, and in the interest of time as well, allow me to give the floor if we have applicants in the room, and I'm opening the floor only for applicants in the case who would like to take the floor. Yes, ACERWC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. firstly to appreciate the two delegations of Cameroon and Mali who have given us some detailed briefs on the status of implementation. IHRDA is an applicant in both cases, and in the case of Mali, together with our partner organization, ACPDF. Starting off with Cameroon, thank you so much for all the efforts made, particularly the prosecution that has happened. We have noted the appeal and we look forward to seeing how that unfolds. However, two questions. The first, we understand that the committee has at this point sent two not-verbals to the government of Cameroon in respect of a follow-up, conducting a follow-up mission, which we understand may not have been responded to. We would be keen to hear from you whether the government of Cameroon would be willing and available to allow and facilitate for a follow-up mission by the committee. The second question is around the setting up of special police units and tribunals infrastructure, which you mentioned has suffered budgetary constraints. It was the one big challenge which you raised. And the question from us is, has there at least been some efforts to put in place the necessary legal framework for those special mechanisms to be there? Yes, it will require money to put in place the physical infrastructure, the human resources, but at least from a law-making perspective, has the process started. In respect to Mali, thank you once again to the delegation, particularly in the context of the difficult security and political environment. It's just a comment. We will work with the committee to make sure that the victim comes before you so that the necessary processes take place. We believe this is of paramount importance and we will do that. We look forward to also receiving your report when you return to Mali. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, the distinguished representative of Institute of Human Rights and Development in Africa. I will now give the floor to the delegates, just to reflect on, in 2 minutes each, to reflect on the questions, and maybe to the government of Mali from our side at the Secretariat as you submit the report, and we appreciate that the report will come through. If you can also share the decision, the judgment of the court, which was passed on 4th of March 2021, as part of the report. If that can be annexed, that would be really great, and it will help us as we go forward. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Cameroon to reflect on the questions in 2 minutes, and then Mali in 2 minutes as well. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you so very much for giving me back the floor. So that I can shed the light on all of your concerns. With regard to the first question, pertaining to psychosocial support for the victim with regard to the violence there, with regard to the violation of her right, I would like from the onset say that stemming from this situation, all operational services from the Ministry of Social Affairs supported the victim as a framework, as a psychosocial framework. We are very much abreast of our domain. when we are talking about the psychosocial tenet. First and foremost, the satisfactory notions of all the needs. And subsequently, a psychological impetus. This in a nutshell to say that the victim benefited by a multifaceted support with regard to that holistic approach. We're talking about psychological, materialistically educational support as far as obtaining her state diploma, a secondary diploma. Today, the victim is a young adult. And we all are conversant with the fact that at this age, young people caresses the feelings of affirmations. They are more assertive. This victim left the city of Aminda as far as Boya, trying to find out her own life. I must confess that the psychosocial support is yet to have finished, and therefore we are continuing with this noble mission which is incumbent upon us, and as far as its final realization. Perhaps eventually in her socio-professional reinsertion. This is our utmost wish. This is in a nutshell a tenet on a psychosocial support. With regard to the implementation of the aforementioned decisions, I think that we have already undergirded it, underscored, underpinned that the procedures are continuous. We are in this continuum, in this spirit. We are renewing the unaffected, unreserved commitment of the government of Cameroon to do its most so that the decisions of the committee be finalized and implemented. This is my response to your concern. I submit. With regard to the rigorous protection of children in our society, here we are talking about centers for children and the progress which have been garnered and achieved, and a follow-up. I can say that we are on the right path. All these support structures are effective, or the transit centers, hospitable centers, in which the support strategies are implemented, assiduous listening, sensitization. All the measures are taken so as to ensure to avail all the needs of the victims. It is true that no human being is perfect. And I would like to say that we are continuing unreservedly in undertaking all possible actions in a bid of promotion and protection of the rights and the welfare of the children. With regard to the concern of IRTA, with regard to the not verbal pertaining to the monitoring or fact-finding mission in Cameroon, I can assure you that your request is being treated at the level of the office of the president. This is a hierarchy. We are not going to break the decorum. However, rest assured that we are undertaking the follow-up within the interministerial sector so that this can be achieved. This is what I can say in this regard. With regard to the establishment of judicial or legal structures, it is true that we do not have a specialized tribunal or court. However, we underscore that in other cities, some magistrates are appointed to deal with children issues. In this regard, the support of the children is assured. Thank you.
Mali, you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so very much, Chair. Before responding to the different questions, I wanted to ask, given that the President underscored that he was in contact with some litigants, I would request that he furnish us the contact so that we can expedite the implementation of the decisions. With regard to the question of honorable, the right honorable, pertaining to identifying the victims, I'd like to call upon your attention that it is not a fact that it was a victim who litigated. It is the law enforcement agency, the police namely, that undertook it upon itself to expedite this issue, and it was from that litigant jumped the ship and using an advocate. But if you don't pay lawyers, lawyers are business people. If you don't pay them, well, you'll see that the services are not benevolent. When you don't pay the honoraria, they're not going to follow the procedures. They brought the case to the committee in parallel, in juxtaposition. The procedure continues. A decision has been taken. It was important to deal with the Malian judicial system. Now, I'd like to thank HIRDA, knowing that they've got a local representative. If we may share contact so as to identify the victim. If we are caressing difficulties today, it means the PDF is not responding, and equally so the victim, and neither the victim. PDF is not formally constituted in a legal process so as to communicate with us, and this is where the impediment is. With these exchanges, I think we may expedite things. With regard to the institutionalization of the structures dealing with the issue, Madam is here present. I'd like to underscore that the one-stop centers were created by the Interministerial Council, and there are other establishments, structures that have been created so as to take good care of the victims. Today, nowadays, it is easy for the government of Mali. It is only this case that was submitted to the committee. We have all efficient structures to respond satisfactorily to the committee. The issue now, the issue at play is to localize, to identify the victim. Should Madame have any precisions, then she's welcome to buttress them. Should Madam have any observations, the director is here. Thank you very much. I am Madame Olkoju, National Program dealing with gender issues. There's a question which was put forward with regard to monitoring of gender-based violence, and this issue is well coordinated. We have monthly meetings where communities are representatives and sectors such as justice, health, security, safety, the Ministry of the Promotion of the Woman, so as to ponder what are the numbers, though, the identified victims, what are the needs that need to be treated, and based on them, subsequently we may deal with the difficulties with regard to the gender-based violence victims, and so as to see how to respond to them. There is a referential system where there are toll-free numbers available throughout all the health centers, at the police stations, and beyond these toll-free numbers dealing specifically with the gender-based violence, available 24 hours 7. What I can say that the support is assured at the level of the country. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this very interesting engagement that we have. We will continue bilaterally discussing some of the pending issues in the interest of assisting our children. That's the intention behind this exercise. Please, honored members, distinguished representatives, please give a round of applause to all the speakers who have joined us this morning for the very interesting session that we have. I think with your permission, Chair, yes, we now break for a coffee and tea for about 15 minutes. It is now 20 past 11. We'll try to catch up with time. So we will be back 25 to 12 o'clock to the room, and we have two documents that we're going to consider. One is the draft presentation on the general comment on Article 28, which is going to be general comment number 11 of the African Committee of Experts on Drug Abuse, and then a presentation on the digitalization of birth registration in Africa, challenges and opportunities for children's rights. These are the two final items that we have that the committee is going to consider during an open session before the committee proceeds with closed session deliberations in the afternoon. See you soon in a bit, in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Welcome back, honorable delegates. I think maybe Honorable Pollock will facilitate. I also invite our consultant on who's helping us to draft the general comments on Article 28 to come and join us here, Dr. Adimo. Where is she? Ah, you're here. Welcome.
Distinguished participants, may we start our session? At this time, we are going to have a presentation of the draft general comment on Article 28 on drug abuse by Dr. Aderomola Adiola, who is the committee's consultant. Dr. Ademola has 20 minutes to present. Then after her presentation, I'll give Honorable Abu Bakrin some space to comment or time to comment, since he's the focal person for the area. Thank you. Dr. Ademola, 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the very kind introduction and also for the time allotted. I really appreciate it. Your Excellencies, the honorable members of the committee, His Excellency, the Executive Secretary, Dr. Ayello, and distinguished representatives, members of the esteemed Secretariat, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and everyone here present, good morning. And an absolute pleasure to be here and to speak with you for the next couple of minutes on the general comment on Article 28 of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Just to give a brief context, over the next couple of minutes, I will be speaking to you about the general comment, first sort of introducing the outline of it to have us all on the same page around this. So the general comment begins with an introduction that sets out the significant premise upon which this particular instrument is developed. I think, oh, it's been contributed. Okay, next slide, please. Next. It's not moving. Okay. Okay, check from there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So the outline of the general comment, it begins with an introduction, and it really sets out the context against which the general comment is placed. So significantly, the pertinent work that has been done by the committee in terms of its day of discussion, general discussion on drug abuse, which was held in 2022. A decision that was made in 2022, and then the day of general discussion held in 2023, and also the outcome statement by the committee requesting the development of a general comment on this pertinent issue. So to give a brief context on what Article 28 provides, it says that state parties to the present charter shall take all appropriate measures to protect the child from the use of narcotics and illicit use of psychotropic substances as defined in relevant international treaties, and also to prevent the use of children in the production and trafficking of such substances. Next slide, please. Next. Yes, thank you very much. You can go to the next slide. So in terms of the scope and the legal basis of it, this is grounded evidently, as we are very well aware of, in the Article 42 mandate of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, but then also globally it finds resonance in the CRC and a corollary provision in this context, but then also in UN treaties relating to psychotropic substances and narcotics, as with the Continental AU Plan of Action on Drug Control and Crime Prevention, and the Common African Position as well. And there's also a context that we have in terms of the scope and legal basis that finds resonance across various frameworks at the national level. And to say that, and this is just to reinforce the fact that across our countries, we have made significant stride in terms of providing laws and norms around drug abuse in relation to actually ensuring that this is being regulated quite substantively. But what we see in terms of the normative landscape is a bit of fragmentation in terms of the way in which national governance of these instruments are done. And sometimes also, we've also seen a situation where there are no explicit mention of children, and in situations where we have mention of children, it's not as explicit, hence grounding the significance of this general comment. But I'd just like to give a bit of contextual analysis to this, which is also reflected in the general comments, which is really the fact that so the Pan-African Epidemiologic Network on Drug Abuse actually noted the fact that in the period between 2016 and 2021, for instance, 1 in 20 individuals that sought treatment for substance use disorders were actually aged between 10 to 14 years. And there's been significant uptake in those figures across the data that we have seen in various national contexts. But evidently there's a need for more data on this because we don't see as much robustness in that regard, and that's one of the areas that is also being reinforced in the general comments. But when we talk about drug abuse, what are we speaking about specifically? So I thought it would be great for us to have a bit of reflection. Sorry, next slide. Thank you, next slide. So I thought it would be great to have a bit of reflection on what we're talking about. So, for instance, we're speaking about cannabis, and a lot of perhaps we've evidently heard this on our national deliberations around drug abuse and in various conversations that we've been into. But speaking of cannabis, we're talking about marijuana, which is thinking about the dried plants, but then also we also have this form called ashish, which is like really the dried plants raising of it, and then there's ash oil. So this ash oil is often, for instance, added into the top of cigarettes. But we also have the various names for cannabis across the continent. So we see pot, weed, ash, ganja, and the rest of that as other argots that are being used to describe it. But we also have sorry, next slide. We also have methcatinone, or in short, it's often called CAT, but it's a synthetic analog of catinone, which is really quite addictive. And just maybe to give a brief context, so catinone is found, for instance, in cat. So cat is a particular variation of drug that we've seen in parts of East Africa that comes from a plant. But now, in terms of methcatinone, what happens is people then take this particular variants and then begin to make them into synthetic forms, which are quite harmful for the body. But there's also ATS. Next slide. Thank you so much. So there's also what we call ATS, which really relates to forms of crystal meth, and in certain instances also, sorry, the names are quite long. I know some of us are pharmacists here, but not to bore us. I just thought to put it there and just to put their short form so that we can follow. So we have the MDMA form, which often reflects in ecstasy or what they also call Molly. As with, of course, crystal meth being a very significant concern. Next slide, please. And also in terms of another variant we have, so we have benzodiazepine, which is in terms of its variants, I think one very evident one is rufinol or roofies, as they call it, which across the continent is also a big issue because we see that sometimes used in situations and circumstances that becomes very that evidently reveals gender-based violence and significant challenges. They call it's also called forget me pill, and one of the reasons it's called that is because it leads to blackouts and people don't know what happens to them when this is used. But then there's also Valium, which is diazepam, which we probably are quite aware of. So some of these medications are really prescribed in terms of its use within context of medicines and pharmacology. But the concern then is that because they're often readily available across some of our countries, they are significantly then used to perpetuate drug abuse. But we also have opioids. Next slide. And for opioids, these are heroin, codeine, fentanyl, nitazene and tramadol, which we're seeing a significant epidemic about. But I thought it would be great to also think about, next slide, the other local kind of variants that we have. So across the continent, we've seen various variants. So there's one called gota water. There's another one called monkey tail. And we see people also using bonfire. So these are really low-end forms of abuse that we're seeing. And we're also seeing a significant amount of children getting involved in this. But to sort of put this in context, next slide. So we're also seeing, for instance, the prevalence of kind of non-conventional psychotropic substances, psychoactive substances. So Nyaupe, for instance, in Southern Africa. Next slide. There's also one called lizard dunk, a very really harmful one, which relates to the white portion that is contained in the nucleic acid, which is a white low soluble compound contained in lizards. That then, upon decomposure, that comes from their dung, upon decomposure becomes actually psychoactive because it then produces ammonia, which is very dangerous. But these are used and mixed with other forms of psychotic medication to create that effect of significant drug abuse and the high that often comes from the use of it. Next slide. But in terms of forms of abuse, what we've seen is direct consumption, but then also we're seeing hotspotting and Bluetoothing. So these are not terms, of course, these are terms that come from technology, but they are also quite prevalent in terms of their description of it. So Bluetoothing essentially, and I thought just to explain Bluetoothing, next slide. So just to mention that the Kingdom of Lesotho is really doing a lot in this regard in terms of reinforcing awareness in this. And there was this very interesting quote that came out from Major General Komo Mohobo, who is the Lesotho Defense, who is part of the Lesotho Defense Force, and he talked about how young people who do not have enough money to buy these drugs, they then they're sort of exposed to all kind of danger. So how hotspotting works is that a person would probably inject one of these in their system or take this drug, and then others would then use an injection to inject themselves. So drawing from the blood of that particular person. So it's a form of secondary eye, but it's very prevalent. And I must say that the Kingdom of Lesotho is doing so much that needs to also be talked about and significantly looked at in terms of cross-pollination of ideas and peer learning across various countries. But I just thought, next slide, that it would be great because sometimes these terms can be so esoteric, and it's especially not if one is not from maybe a scientific background. So I thought it would be great to maybe give us a context, set the context against a particular video. It's about 9 minutes long, and having sought the kind permission of His Excellency, the Executive Secretary, I would really like to play this video so that we can all be on the same page, just understand what some of the impacts of this particular medication is. So please, you can kindly play it. Thank you.
And welcome back to The Breakfast Show. Now, a drug is devastating lives all across West Africa, and the UK is thought to be one of its main importers. Kush is highly addictive, but also affordable, making it irresistible to people in poverty. Well, the drug has gripped communities across West Africa. Our Africa correspondent, Yusta El-Bagir, has spoken to some at the centre of the crisis in Sierra Leone, and a warning. A report shows people suffering from malnutrition, which you may find distressing.
It's a temporary escape with a brutal come down. Kush looks like marijuana, but can be 25 times stronger than fentanyl, making zombies out of men and women in Sierra Leone.
This synthetic drug is creating an underworld in plain sight and rapidly spreading across West Africa.
Kush is such an issue here that there's even a drug den under this main road.
We're suffering, but all the thing we tell you now, we need help. All is it, we need help. We need help. Look at my condition.
The conditions of the people here are as haunting as their home, a den of deprivation and disease.
There's this shared sense of pain and entrapment, and everyone coming in and out is connected through their addiction to Kush. And they've all told us that they want to quit, but as long as they stay here, they'll never break free.
Elizabeth is 24 years old and pregnant with her second child, but can't bring herself to give up Kush as long as she stays here.
Elizabeth, does it feel like a risk to smoke Kush while you're pregnant? Why are you taking the risk?
I keep smoking it because it makes me forget about my worries and challenges.
The numbness of the high has worn off, and she can't hold back her pain. These are not the fringes of Freetown, but a place for people of all ages, caught in the clutches of Kush.
This drug is evil. This drug is bad. I don't know why they gave me this drug in this country. Our brothers are suffering. Some are dying. Some have sores on their feet. We don't know. This drug brings destruction. Look at me. Just because of this drug, I have sores on my feet.
There's a shelter amongst shacks for teenagers like Ibrahim, whose Kush-induced sores have eaten away at their limbs. Some are paralyzed by infection and malnutrition, lying in corners where others have died before. The rest are debilitated.
Does it hurt?
Abu Bakr is only 14 years old and was handed his first Kush joint at 12. He's been fighting for his life ever since.
When was the last time you walked?
Long time.
Their limbs are literally ravaged by this. They've got these huge open sores that they have to keep washing with disinfectant. They can't even walk, and yet they're still scrambling to get cash to buy more Kush to smoke. Are they still smoking Kush?
Yeah, upset they still smoke.
Even with all this pain? And
all this pain wouldn't get out, and still smoke.
It's a prison with an open door. The drug is destroying everything they need to survive. But where is Kush coming from? This container has come from a high-risk import country to Freetown's port. Shipments from the UK, EU, and South America need to be searched for Kush ingredients.
To be Kush.
And this one fits the bill.
The initial testing shows that there are Kush items as well as acetone, which are also used in the processing of Kush.
And where have they been shipped from?
They've been shipped from the United Kingdom.
The UK is part of a transnational drug trade feeding Sierra Leone's growing crisis, destroying families, eroding communities, and spreading across the region. Through 3 different borders to Africa's smallest nation. It's quite a sleepy border, but Kush has been seized here before, and it passed through 4 countries to get here from Sierra Leone. They're searching the cars of young men for traces of Kush or other drugs being smuggled in. It's a necessary but futile exercise. The border is so porous that the official checkpoint can be avoided.
There's no boundary.
Perhaps we can have it.
Of anything. You can come from the Gambian side, you can enter. You can come from the Senegalese side, you can enter.
Thank you very much. Sorry, just in the interest of time and given the nature of the video, but I would love to share this video with as many of us as would want it, as it's also readily available online. Thank you very much. So I think, having seen this,
the threat of Kush.
Next slide. Next slide. So the general comment creates, or rather speaks about these issues. It's an epidemic across, various parts of our continent. It's something that we also see a lot of our governments trying to significantly solve quite strongly. But in terms of what the general comment then does is its specific focus being on children, and of course we've seen in the video how a lot of children are involved in this situation and how it's really a significant challenge to them. But in advancing the clarification on this, the general comments in Article 28 has certain key terms that are described. So in terms of what this general comment describes, there are about 8 terms or phrases. So evidently the description of a child, as we know, contained in the African Children's Charter, state parties, what that implies. But I'd like to focus specifically on 3 of it, which is narcotics, psychotropic substances, and also just looking at the issue of production for the sake of our time. So in terms of what narcotics means, in reflecting on this, we looked specifically at natural or synthetic substances and drugs, because we understand that it's not just the fact that sometimes some of these things are natural, but it's also the fact that they're synthetically made. So the natural forms, but then synthetically driven. And we made reference to the fact that at the global level, there's a commission on narcotic drugs that constantly revises the list on what narcotics implies. But it was also important in terms of elaboration of this general comment to ensure that we capture what obtains as well across our national frontiers, because we also know that countries have specific list classifications that have been developed. So this general comment is quite emphatic on this, and I must say that many thanks to the honourable experts and members of the Secretariat were able to also ensure that we include the national dimensions of this. So this was one of the areas that was very critical for this. But then also in terms of psychotropic substances, we also we significantly also wanted to reflect what obtains at the global level, but also what obtains at the national level. So making reference to key conventions in this regard. And in terms of, next slide, in terms of production, we were quite mindful of the need to ensure that we capture a descriptive notion of it, ideation, as against having a specific definition. So production includes, for instance, cultivating, manufacturing, mixing, refining, preparing, extracting, processing. So the various dimensions of it, but they're not just of substances that we know in terms of the make of it across various contexts, but then also traditionally as well. So moving on to the next slide, in terms of the general principles, the general comment reinforces them. So the best interest of the child, non-discrimination, survival and development as with child participation. Next slide. But coming to state obligations, and here I would just significantly highlight, there are two elements that we did reinforce in this general comment. So the first element is the protection of children from the use of narcotics and illicit use of psychotropic substances. So what that really implies, and of course the obligation to protect, drawing on the jurisprudence of the committee, as with international human rights frameworks around the need to protect and what that implies. So not just in terms, because we understand that these uses are both in public and private spaces, and of course there's a significant due diligence obligation on the state to ensure that whatever happens in the private space is also significantly regulated in that regard. But the second aspect of the obligation is the obligation to prevent to prevent the use of children in the production and trafficking of substances. And the general comment is quite emphatic, drawing on ILO standards and reinforcing the fact that the states must, within legislative measures, for instance, see this or codify this as a worst form of child labor, which is explicitly not allowed. So the obligation to prevent being an absolute one without any form of variations in terms of its realization. Moving on, we also did include this area. So we borrowed in this regard from, of course, the significant practices that have come up in elaboration of general comments. So we understand that they are ex post situations. So ex post, if you look at the obligation, they talk about protect the child from the use, then prevent the use of children. So Article 28 is very ex ante, but then there are exposed situations where a child has been exposed to this, and there has to be solutions. So this, so specifically, the general comment includes intervention for child victims of substance abuse. So when those exposures have occurred, we thought it's an imperative auxiliary component to the realization of Article 28. So across three different arms, which is treatment, rehabilitation, and reintegration. And significantly, the general comment is emphatic on the fact that children must never be punished, for use or for involvement in this, but rather states must prioritize diversionary programs and programs that ensure rehabilitation of children in this regard. So there's a very strong emphasis on ensuring that children are protected at all costs from this pertinent situation. And then in terms of the final part of the general comments, we emphasized the need for state reporting on this, because we felt it's very important for states to be very explicit on measures being taken in the realization of these general comments, evidently in light of the expansive interpretation also that has been afforded by the general comments. But then also data collection and research. This is an important component, because what we're seeing is, while there's some data on this across our various countries, the nature of data is still fairly mixed in terms of what is available, and so we need to have more data on this across various contexts. But then also dissemination of the general comments, that's also an aspect. And just to move on to the next point, I just wanted to briefly highlight some key comments on the general comments that was received by the honorable experts and secretaries, and the fact that some of the ways in which this has been included. So there was a very important comment to accommodate national list of classifications for narcotics and psychotropic substances, and this was significantly put also within the clarification to ensure that we could capture this. So of course in our national logs on drug regulations, and just to mention that almost all countries in Africa, in fact all countries in Africa have norms in this regard on narcotics and psychotropic substances. But in terms of so some countries have been able to create variations to also contextualize these significant issues within the national framework. So to also note that in their national context, there are certain things that have local argots that needs to be incorporated within the context of classifications. So we're seeing countries include that. And there was a comment to ensure that this was accommodated, and this was done in the clarifications to ensure that we don't only use the international definitions, but we also recognize that they are national classifications. But then also there was a comment to make the general principles more concise, which was done. And then also in terms of ensuring that we link provisions. So evidently the Article 28 speaks about drug abuse, but there are a plethora of other provisions in the African Children's Charter that are integral to its normative realization. And of course, one of it, thinking about the general comment that was just recently launched on the right to education, that's very important to draw synergies and connections. So this was a way of ensuring that we create synergies between the various general comments that have been adopted by the committee, but then also to ensure that we create an holistic understanding of various areas. There was also a comment to ensure that we incorporate the fact that some children may require opioid for pain relief in severe or chronic illnesses, and this was significantly also included in the general comments, also creating the balance that there might be such situations, but of course with a strong emphasis on medical grounds and medically required situations. Then there was a partnering comment to ensure that we include children who are born with addiction due to mother's use. In the video we just watched, there was a particular situation of a lady, for instance, who had been using drugs and had children. So situations where you have neonatal addiction syndrome. So we need to ensure that those are particularly addressed. And in the general comment, those are put there because what we've seen is that sometimes children then have withdrawal syndromes because they've been quite dependent on those drugs as well while in the womb. So when they come out, when they are born, they have specific challenges that also need to be addressed. So that's also included. Next slide. But we also just also would love to draw on the significant guidance of the honorable members of the committee, as with the significant guidance of distinguished delegates, representatives of states in this room, because what we're seeing is that there are emerging intersectionalities that need to be addressed. So, for instance, issues of climate change. In fact, this is one of the issues that has come up very strongly now as important, and the link between drug abuse and situations and climate change. So, across various contexts, we're seeing very significant linkages between how people, say farming communities, for instance, or even farmers. There was a particular report that I'd seen where farmers and farming communities, due to the fact that they had experienced drought, then had an increase, or rather were increasingly using psychotropic substances, were turning to drugs, and this was beginning to have an effect also on, or an evident burden on the health system in terms of now the people that are coming for health services, and that is evidently now linked to climate change. So those particular, and then even people going through eco-anxiety, which is a very interesting fact. In fact, in my research around climate change, I found that this is a real pertinent issue. A lot of the data, many of it perhaps have not really reflected the continental paradigm of this, but we've seen this beginning to emerge as a significant concern. So how do we ensure those intersectionalities are included? So the idea here is also maybe to have us discuss, what would be imperative to include here within the general comments, and if these intersectionalities are also pertinent to include. But then there's also the aspect of migration, and we've also had discussions on children on the move. So thinking around migrant populations, migrant children, be it in refugee context or IDPs or victims of human trafficking. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and His Excellency. And then also technology. So I just thought that maybe what we can do is, so that I hope that I've not lost everybody, but if we can just bring out our phones, with the very kind permission of His Excellency, we will do a 1-minute exercise. I just want every one of us to go on our phones. Please bring out your phones and go to this link, fellow.ai/search. And I just want you to type the list ingredients for a variant of yaope based on African plants. So just, sorry, my very sincere apologies. So let's just all take out our phones and go to the link that is on the screen. So it's https, so it's fellow.ai/search. So if any one of us is there, so I just want us to type in list ingredients for a variant of yaope based on African plants. And maybe we can have any volunteer, anyone tell us what you found when you searched. Okay, we search list ingredients for a variant of yaope NYAOPE, based on African plants. If anyone has gotten a response, could you please kindly just raise your hands and maybe volunteer to help us read it out? Any response? If you found, you can just raise up your hand to read for us what you found. Anyone? Okay, yes, Adian, please. Go ahead.
Low-grade heroin. This is often the primary active ingredient. Cannabis, usually in the form of marijuana, which is mixed with the heroin to create the drug's characteristics effect. Antiretroviral drugs, commonly drugs like amphipharanes, I'm not sure how to pronounce this one, included, which are used to treat HIV. Their presence in Neope has been reported to enhance the effects of the other narcotics, and cutting agents such as caffeine, dextromorphan. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I think next slide. So from this exercise, one thing we just want to show is you can see how, for instance, the use of AI devices are already telling us how to do this. So if you go on ChatGPT, if you go on Grok and the others, you probably will not see it. But if you go on this particular, one or other ones, you see that it gives you all the ingredients you need to do this. And that's a problem. So think about this in the hand of a 9-year-old or in the hand of a 7-year-old. Evidently, this creates that challenge. So thank you so much. Because of the time, I do see that I need to hand over the floor. But thank you so much for the time. And I look forward to our interactions in this regard.
Let's clap for Dr. Adjamwara. Thank you so much for that detailed presentation. At this moment, I'll give Honorable Abubakri a chance to comment on the presentation. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Modératrice.
Thank you to the moderator. I would say that today we are looking at the general comment number 28, which is part of the mandate of the committee on the facts that can help us fight against phenomena such as drug abuse that is affecting our development negatively and affecting our youth very negatively. Today, the general observation on Article 42 on the mandate of the committee is leads us to fight against this phenomena, and the committee should make comments on articles of the Charter so that they can enlighten member states on these articles. Today, as you know, drugs are affecting the survival, the very survival of our children. And it is indeed necessary to have these general comments, such as this one, that could affect the future of our children. At a continental level, this comment is being put forward within the action plan of the African Union. And this requests member states to fight the usage and trafficking of drugs in all its forms. Madam Consultant, there are several types of drugs. We got hashish, marijuana, so many types of drugs that could affect the development of children. Sometimes children might need these substances from medical treatment perspective. However, most of these substances have negative effect on children. Today, we congratulate the committee for having proposed this general comment so that member states can take the necessary measures to protect our children and preserve the future of this continent. Therefore, the committee inspired itself on the standard with regards to the fight against these substances. And this observation is also based on the comments of academics. There are many references also within the judiciary mechanisms, and this will help us to show the importance of this fight against narcotics. And this is a comment I wanted to make as a focal point of this study. And of course, it will bring about a very beneficial effects to our state, and indeed we're expecting that the reports will highlight these key issues regarding drug abuse. You saw the video how children are affected by these drugs, and this could even lead them to become delinquents and to commit crimes because they are under the effects of these drugs. And I would like to really salute and congratulate the committee for this work, and indeed we may continue the debate because it is indeed a necessary conversation that we must have with regards to the drug abuse. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Oh, sorry, committee members first. Sorry about that. Committee members, do you want to comment?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, Dr. the presenter. This would be my second time to hear you speak on matters around health. You know, you have really unpacked the issues around drug abuse in this proposed general, this draft general comment. It's very interesting to have clarity on what the issues are. They are multiple and they are cross-cutting, you know. But I can look at some of the causative factors, and I see that poverty, extreme poverty, is not unconnected here. You gave in your video, you know, we saw and we heard people say, you know, they had lost hope. People who live in the streets and depend on that. They depend on that high, that momentary high, you know, because it gives them a temporary escape. And that could be related to poverty or whatever their conditions are back home. Of people who are not part of the society, not just functioning in the society again for one social problem or the other. The intersections are very strong with poverty, as I see it. And so, how is government responding to this? This cluster, this is a large cluster of people, and the incidence of drug abuse it gets more and more prevalent in our societies. And how is government responding to this? How much recognition has this cluster even attracted, you know? And government intervention. Sometimes in some countries, I come from a country that is affected by insurgents, and it seems as if it's even more interesting to do amnesty programs for insurgents than to attend and respond to such a cluster of people. And so government needs, the state obligation is really high here. First of all, to take measures to prevent. What are the causative factors? Government needs to address the root causes in the first place. Identification of very vulnerable families, you know. It's possible, it's doable. Identification of very, very vulnerable families and using education as an alternative, you know, or linking such I'll call them survivors too, life skills, you know, something that could distract them from these practices. So government needs to pay attention to this set of people. And in government social protection programs for countries that have adopted, you hardly hear mention of, you know, this group of people, you know. And unfortunately, most of the time, you know, it's the wrong people that tend to benefit from social protection, people who are politically connected, unfortunately. And so this, we have to give visibility as a committee. Thank you for this draft comment. We are now going to give more visibility and recognition to this group of people, raising the stakes of government's obligation. States need to recognize this group, take measures to prevent the prevalence of drugs, take measures to protect, rescue and protect them, rehabilitate them, and reintegrate them into society. I'm sure most of them were pushed by circumstances. Of course, obligations of states in the respect of health also cannot be overemphasized, you know, in recovery measures to this group of people. Thank you for this presentation. I did not strongly see what you are coming with by way of recommendations or suggestions of what could be done. Maybe we need a little light thrown on what you think, where you think solutions could be found in the general comment. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Ava. Honorable Musiwa.
Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate to what Honorable Ava highlighted earlier in a contribution, that I agree with her strongly that it is very, very important we bring out the aspect of prevention so that we don't leave a gap where we allow the problem to continuously go and we are reactive all the time. States are reactive because there are quite a number of researches which have been done which has shown that children as young as 8 years, 7 years, they are getting addicted to these drugs unknowingly because of people who sell either sweets or cakes, you name it all, just outside the school gates to these children when they've added these drugs. For them is to empower themselves so that if the children get addicted, they continuously buy. But the children, they don't know. And in one country or two, the past 3 months, about 3 or 4 children between the ages of 9 and 14, they've committed suicide as a result of drug abuse, but they are taking them unknowingly through this. So I think the pillar of prevention must be the strongest one in this general comment so that I know it's very complex, it's very, very complex, but prevention is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Musiwa. Anybody from honorable members of the committee? Okay, Honorable Sina, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for this the presentation. To me, I also see that it's also actually linked with the issue of the child justice system, and this is where we also need to actually look at it. Some of the children are often exposed to drug abuse because of our bad justice system that are not child-friendly, looking at rather than rehabilitating using diversion methods, they focus on punishment and sometimes exposes children. So this, I think that's also what we also need to look at. How friendly are the justice system for children? As she rightly said, rather than looking at the root cause of it, they focus on the punishment for children. And the root cause of it is poverty. And that's how they get in contact with the law. You see? So we also need to look at all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sina. Now I give the states the floor. Which country? Oh, okay, Miley, you have the floor.
Ok, je vous remercie. Le sujet est d'une pertinence particulière et surtout d'actualité. Beaucoup de nos enfants, effectivement, sont exposés à ces fléaux, tant au niveau de l'école, dans la rue, dans les milieux professionnels également.
There's no English translation, sorry about that.
Indeed, this is a very, apologies for that, I was on the wrong channel. Okay, so this issue is very pertinent because many of our children are affected on the streets. And indeed, there is also the fight. I would say that we can fight against this phenomena in an isolated way when it comes to the mobility of our people and the strategies that were drafted by the or created by those operating in this area. So, because we have a charter for the rights and the well-being of the child, we need to have a normative framework that allow member states to work together against this phenomena. Because when you look at, you know, our boundaries, our, you know, we have very porous customs, and when I look at this, I take the situation of Mali, I would say that the boundaries between our countries are not well controlled. So if a country must work with its own instrument, I believe that we will not have really, if we work on our own, we will not be able to fight against this phenomenon. We need to have an integrated system within the state so that we can cooperate and indeed work across our borders to fight this phenomena.
To CSOs and other participants. Repsi, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and also thank you to the consultant for the presentation. I must say this is personally very exciting for me. I think this is very timely that we begin talking about issues of drug abuse. At a personal level, my research has been focused on drug and substance use among children who are living and working on the streets. And I'm also happy that this particular session also focused on launching a general comment on children without parental care, who include them. I just wanted to bring context in terms of, are we able to expand the scope, or rather propose that we expand the scope to not only be drug abuse, but instead say drug and substance abuse. And I'm bringing this to the fore because I think for most African countries, the alcohol abuse problem, I think, has become very prominent. In my own country, we have statistical data that is actually showing that the 15 to, I think, around 18, in fact, the age of debut for beginning to take alcohol has reduced to even as low as 12 years old. And we are seeing that hospitalization of children in the mental health clinics has gone up to account for over 70%. So in this sitting, if we focus only on drugs, then we're looking at removing the conversation around alcohol. We know that member states have enacted various laws that actually prohibit the sale of, the sale of alcohol to children below the age of 18. But in actual sense, alcohol remains very accessible. In some countries, more accessible than candy. So at what point do we begin to discuss alcohol in the same context as we're discussing drugs? I just thought I'd make that submission in that particular place. And then we also need to look at the economic benefit of the people who are supplying this to the children. I think in my research, I actually found that there's a whole drug syndicate. The older children who are working and living on the streets are actually more engaged in the sale and production of the drugs and the alcohol, while the younger ones are the ones who are actually in the process of, or in the habit of actually partaking. So we need to not only look at it from the perspective of yes, poverty, but we also need to look at it from the broader economic sense. In some countries, this has been the challenge with actually, taking children off the streets and reintegrating them into families. On one hand, they remain addicted to the substances and the drugs on the streets, but there's also an economic benefit. There are so many socio-economic, interventions that have been made, be it carpentry, agriculture, but obviously when you do the cost-benefit analysis at a personal level, you imagine how many clients am I going to have who will come and buy a sofa from me in comparison to 4,000 children who are already addicted, and I could easily sell this substance. So I think we need to look at the whole conversation more holistically and address it for what it is. Then the conversation around mental health as well, in terms of as a causal factor, but also as a consequence of. Yes, poor mental health and inability to cope with daily stressors may lead one to adopt maladaptive coping mechanisms, which include alcohol and drugs. But also there's a consequence of us beginning to see cases of alcohol and substance-induced psychosis begin to go up. So we need to really hone this conversation. And I think my proposal from REPSI would be that we would want the scope to be expanded beyond just drugs, but also to look at drug and substance abuse, just to cater for the whole complement of issues that are affecting children and young people. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Repsi. The hand was up there. I don't know who is. Yes, the floor is yours, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson of this session. I'm Frank Ashandro from the Protection Unit of UNICEF in Mali. I'm really glad that we're tackling this issue because yesterday I hesitated to take the floor when we spoke about studies with concerning children within the informal sector. We also spoke about violences perpetrated against young girls. Today, when I look at our conversation, I'm thinking about the profile of children who are exposed to the consumption of drugs. And this profile meets the ones of children in informal sectors, living in dangerous situations. And the only coping mechanism is drug. That is the coping mechanism that they choose to take. In the presentation, we mentioned key interventions for children, the treatment, rehabilitation, and reintegration. All of this is about, certainly, the uptake of and the support of children. And the colleague that spoke before me spoke about the mental health and the psychological support to children. According to my experience, the area of mental health seems to be an area that eludes us, and we have very little expertise in this area. We're talking about the survivals of rape and the children who are found in conflict areas. But these are just words. But in a practical way, we do not seem to have the necessary expertise. And when we're talking to government about this, it appears that we're talking about nuclear science. They seem not to understand issues regarding mental health and its consequences on the lives of children. And hence, we do not have necessary budget allocations. And be it prevention, or also the treatment of mental health issues. So in order to provide the necessary advocacy basis that should be put forward, or should be put through the government, it is necessary for the committee to advocate for a strong expertise on mental health in order to support children. If this is not done, our effort of rehabilitation and reintegration might become futile because children will be affected in the long term. Thank you.
At this moment, I'm going to give the presenter, Dr. Adarumala, a chance to respond before we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and many thanks to Your Excellencies, members of the committee for such elaborate comments and significant guidance. This is very much appreciated. The issues that you've reinforced, I must say, would evidently help to even strengthen this further. These were pertinent comments, and you brought some of the issues that we also need to avert our minds to, and this would be taken into significant accounts. Currently, in terms of the way in which we've been able to structure the general comment, in terms of protection, we emphasized certain legislative, administrative, and other measures that need to be taken, reinforcing the pertinence also of transnational cooperation as well as being critical, and evidently as mentioned by Your Excellency in that regard, that we need to ensure that we can look at these issues. And also, distinguished representative from Mali, you had also mentioned that we need to incorporate this in light of porous borders, which is a significant concern, and in fact one of the reasons why the issue of trafficking then becomes very problematic in terms of addressing in view of the ways in which the borders are. There are concerns evidently with the internal nature of it, but then externally as well. And sometimes what creates another level of concern is that within the drug enforcement agencies of some of our countries, the character of approach is not often child-friendly. And I think this links back to the pertinent comments that has been made by His Excellency, member of the committee, that we need to also ensure that we take a very significant child-friendly approach and do not emphasize punishment. So this comes out very strongly as well, and this will be taken account to ensure that we strengthen this further. There's also a significant emphasis within the general comment on interagency coordination, and we say that because, as also mentioned by Your Excellency, Honorable Ava, as well, while you were speaking, you had mentioned that some of these issues are also cross-cutting. They evidently relate to poverty. There are also other socioeconomic concerns that come into the mix, and how do we ensure that we address this, and really taking on a very expansive approach that leverages the ideation of interagency coordination at the highest level of governance, but significantly with a very strong child protection approach, is a significant model that is proposed within this context of the general comment. But one thing I would also like to emphasize is there's some pertinent areas that you also spotlight that would be integrated very specifically as well within the general comment. Distinguished representative from CSOs, I think we had Madame from REPSI, and the significant emphasis you had mentioned that we need to ensure that we also include psychotropic substances and psychoactive situations, substances including alcohol. That's something that also we would ensure we strengthen further. We did mention it in the general comment, but based on the significant analysis you've also given us from pertinent research, this would be significantly strengthened. And there would also be a very strong focus on mental health, as also reinforced by distinguished representative from Mali, the protection units, and the need to strengthen that, also in terms of how we speak about mental health in rehabilitation processes. We had mentioned it in general comment, but would ensure that that's further strengthened. Thank you so much for these pertinent comments, and very happy that this came out very strongly and that it's well received. Thank you very much. I'd like to hand over to Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Doctor. Can we give her a round of applause, please, in appreciation of her presentation? Okay, at this moment, we're going to proceed to our next presentation on the digitalization of birth registration in Africa, challenges and opportunities for children's rights, by Ms. Samrit from the Secretariat. Okay, Ms. Samrit, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee, distinguished excellencies, participants, colleagues and friends. As introduced, I will be making a brief presentation about digitalization of birth registration in Africa, focusing on trends, challenges, and opportunities. So I would like to start by the presentation is loading. The slides are loading, so I would go to slide 1 by emphasizing why we're talking about the topic of digitalization in the first place. Birth registration, I mean, in the first place. Birth registration is more than just a certificate. First of all, it's a fundamental human right. It's the first step in securing a child's legal identity or a person's legal identity in general. Furthermore, it's a gateway to access essential services such as healthcare, education, social protection, and many other services. Above and beyond that, it's also a tool for governance. It's a very fundamental aspect of any government, where population data is collected for policy making, budgeting, public investment, and so much more. So birth registration is a very key aspect from various angles. Without it, children are rendered invisible to systems designed to protect them, support them, leading them to marginalization and exclusion. It renders a child basically invisible. That's why the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, under Article 6, Sub 1, specifically guarantees that every child has the right from birth to a name, to be registered immediately after birth, and to a nationality. In addition to that, Agenda 2040, Aspiration 3, aspires for universal birth registration for every child. The committee has also further taken steps to elaborate the element of the right to birth registration, as well as the correlating state obligation in its general comment number 2, where it has stated that states have an obligation to establish and strengthen universal, functional, and accessible civil registration systems to ensure that every child's birth is registered and certified, to ensure that registration is free, immediate, and non-discriminatory, and to ensure that civil records maintain their probative or legal value, prevent fraud, and guarantee accessibility through digitalization. However, despite these legal frameworks, it's estimated that only 51% of children under 5 in Africa had their births registered. This is as of 2024, according to UNICEF. This means that nearly half of young African children remain invisible to the system. So throughout this session, all the protection challenge, all the rights of children that we have been talking about, they do not apply for these children because they are invisible to the system. There are regional variations when it comes to the rate of birth registration. If you look at the region of North Africa, we have approximately 100% registration, which reflects a strong administrative legacy and also institutional capacity. Southern Africa follows closely with 88% of births registered, which is driven by countries like Botswana, which has around 100% of birth registration coverage. West Africa follows next with 63%, and this has been a significant increase in birth registration in West Africa region since 2017 due to concerted and focused effort to increase in countries like Cote d'Ivoire. But the biggest challenge of birth registration in the continent and also globally is East and Central Africa region, with 41% of births under 5 registered. This is the lowest in Africa and also globally. Countries face significant challenge despite progress. We have progress in countries like Rwanda, Burundi, and Tanzania, but despite this progress, there is significant challenge in the region. So digitalization is one of the tools that offers a solution to solve this pervasive challenge of lack of birth registration, especially in the most challenged region. Because of that, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, through its special rapporteur on birth registration, name and nationality, called for inputs from all stakeholders on the trends, challenge, and opportunities associated with digitalization of birth registration. And based on the inputs collected, more than 20 inputs were collected from various organizations, including intergovernmental organizations, individuals, NGOs, which the special rapporteur is grateful for. A guidance note was developed. The guidance note is entitled draft guidance note on the digitalization of civil registration and vital statistics with a focus on birth registration in Africa. So I will be speaking on the various insights in this draft guidance note, the challenges identified, the opportunities, and mainly the key recommendations that emanate from this process. So in terms of the current status of digitalization in Africa, various African countries are at various stages of adopting digital technologies, usually transitioning from manual paper-based systems to hybrid models, and sometimes fully digitalized platforms. So you see the different stages in the examples provided here, where in Nigeria, in 2024, the government launched an ACERWC system. In Kenya, the government has introduced digital birth and death registration system in 2023, guaranteeing a unique personal identifier, or the Maisha number at birth. In South Africa, online birth registration system was introduced in public hospitals. In Lesotho, the Ntlafatsa Bana digital birth registration system was established in 2023, integrating it with health facilities. Ethiopia is piloting a one-stop service for digital CRVS, where it's trying to pilot birth registration, death, and other vital statistics. And Uganda has introduced a mobile vital record system, while Cameroon enacted a new law in 2024 to support the digitalization of its CRVS system. So there are different stages shifting from manual to paper-based to digital. There are certain common emerging trends among these various countries and various regions. So the common trends are the use of mobile applications for remote registration, the USSD systems that we are aware of, the use of biometric data for unique identification, blockchain for secure data storage. This is to a lesser extent. For example, UNICEF has supported pilot projects in Ethiopia and in Uganda. For the use of blockchain. This is an advanced technology, but it secures data to the maximum extent possible. Centralized management and integration is also a trend that has been observed, where countries like Nigeria's National Population Commission or Kenya's civil registration system centrally controls this rolled out digital systems. And the integration with health facilities, national ID systems, and the broader e-governance initiative is also a trend that is observed across the board. And there are some emerging technologies. These are experimental technologies. They are specific advanced solutions that are currently being tested in different settings, some of them in refugee settings, some of them in conflict settings or hard-to-reach areas. These include, for instance, connected bracelets for newborns with QR codes. These are wearable devices that are assigned at birth to securely link infants to their digital birth records and prevent misidentification. There's also this self-sovereign identity, or SSI prototypes. These are digitalized identity systems that allow individuals or a guardian of a child, for instance, to control and manage a child's identity and information from birth throughout their lifetime without any oversight of the government. And there is also artificial intelligence for birth detection and language translation being used to automatically detect births and record birth events and support multilingual registration, especially in refugee settings where there's different language speakers coming from different countries and there's a challenge with translation. And the artificial intelligence usage is, for example, in instances where there is a birth in, it could be in a refugee setting or in a hospital setting where a nurse puts the birth of a child in a digital medical device, and because of the integration of artificial intelligence there, the AI identifies or notifies the CRVS authorities that there was a birth. So it detects births in different settings and notifies the CRVS systems. These, in as much as they are experimental, the cautionary note that there's a need for strict data protection and privacy when using these systems because of lack of continental or even global guidance frameworks when it comes to these emerging technologies. There are various opportunities that have been identified connected with digitalization. First and foremost is the improved coverage and accessibility. Digital tools, especially mobile and remote registration units, can significantly improve coverage in very hard to reach areas, informal settlements, and for refugee and stateless populations. And this reduces the geographical distance and travel cost for parents and caregivers. It also enhances efficient governance and planning. It reduces bureaucracy, and it's much more cost effective than other solutions. And it can be a tool to enhance child protection, because if we do apply digitalization with the caution that it requires, then it has the potential to significantly increase the rate of birth registration. So it has a transformative potential if used appropriately. Having said that, there are various challenges and risks associated with digitalization. These include the low digital literacy and awareness. This especially it's true among certain populations, including rural areas, older caregivers, and marginalized groups. The legal and policy gaps. Most of the legal frameworks are outdated. They often do not fully support or recognize digital records, electronic signatures, or there is a problem with cross-sectoral interoperability, meaning the ability for different sectors of the government to use the data because of technical issues. Legal ambiguities and lack of clear data protection laws also create uncertainty and hinder effective implementation. Exclusion of marginalized groups is another key challenge that has been identified. Digitalization of services unintentionally exacerbates exclusion for vulnerable groups, such as children with disabilities, nomadic communities, informal settlements, and children of older caregivers and others who are already marginalized in the system. And so unless we first solve existing marginalizations and exclusions, digitalization runs the risk of exacerbating existing marginalizations. Data privacy and trust concern is another issue. Premature technology deployment. Most of the time, technologies are deployed without the necessary precaution, without being tested, without the necessary training for the stakeholders, and without ensuring issues like connectivity or even electrification. So digitalization doesn't always go hand in hand with spreading of infrastructure for electrification in rural communities and other hard-to-reach areas. Human resource and coordination issues. The lack of trained personnel becomes very pertinent when it comes to digitalization. Even for urban dwellers, digital tools are difficult to use, especially new digital tools. So this makes the lack of training even more essential. The digital divide, we know that there's various types of digital divide. The gender digital divide, where women are less trained or less aware of digital technologies, or the rural-urban digital divide. The child and among children also, there is a challenge related to bridging the digital divide before rolling out digital technologies. So emanating from the various insights collected from the various stakeholders, the draft guidance note comes up with a set of key recommendations for various stakeholders, starting from state parties, the primary duty bearers. The first, and I would say most important recommendation that came strongly is to adopt a whole of government approach when it comes to digitalization of civil registration and births, civil registration and vital statistics, as a foundational national digital public infrastructure. This helps to avoid fragmentation and donor-based pilots. And also ensuring interoperability of digital CRVS and aligning it with civil registration, health, education, justice systems, social protection functions under a whole of government approach has been key. And in the instances where this was the case, there was a high success rate in increasing of birth registration. Comprehensive legal and policy frameworks. There's an urgent need to revise and enact legislation to explicitly support digital birth registration, recognize digital records and electronic signatures as legally valid, which is an urgent need as the digitalization is taking place without the legal support. Ensuring that laws incorporate child-specific data privacy safeguards and aligning it with national and international standards. The other is related to infrastructure, investment, and accountability. As previously stated, there's a need to invest and expand digital infrastructure, particularly in rural, remote, and mountainous regions to ensure reliable internet, electricity, and digital devices. So organs of the government charged with infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and electricity should be working hand in hand with those that are working on digitalization of services. Developing digital platforms with offline capabilities is also very key to ensure continuity in low connectivity areas. In addition to the lack of electrification in rural and hard-to-reach areas, we know that usage of digital devices comes at a cost. It's expensive for most, and there are usually interruptions. Sometimes intentionally internet could be blocked by governments, and sometimes because of the network issues, there could be lack of connectivity. So offline capability is important. Expanding mobile registration units and community outreach programs has also been identified. Integrating birth registration into primary healthcare and education systems, and ensuring that systems are designed for inclusivity and multilingual support to include children with disabilities and also people speaking different languages. Awareness, training, and community engagement is another key recommendation to enhance awareness and empower and train local government officials and community, and to foster meaningful participation of all stakeholders, including children and youth. Operational management and improvement, implementing independent and user-friendly grievance mechanisms, and ensuring accountability for all duty bearers. And the last set of recommendations are for the African Union and regional economic communities, where there is a need for continental standard setting to develop continental guidelines and model laws for rights-based digital birth registration, supporting and capacity building of technical assistance, financial support, and the likes, and monitoring and accountability to intensify oversight of birth registration programs and hold states accountable for lack of implementation. These and more recommendations are included in the draft guidance note, which is expected to be adopted by the committee at the end of the session and to be dispersed to all member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samrut. Committee members, do you have any comments? And if there are no committee members, any committee member who wants to comment, the floor is open to the member states. Oh, okay, Honorable Sina. Then Honorable Ava.
My comment is actually in support of the birth and registration vital, which is very key, especially if we are thinking of protecting and promoting the rights of children. I mean, that's the entry point, especially in areas of, if you want to address issues of child marriage. And even juvenile justice system, you have to have those vital data. And especially when you're focusing on the rural areas is very key. You see, most countries, there's no, they are hard to reach area. So I think we also need to actually put that as a priority, especially if we are to improve the child protection information management system. This is very key. It can also be linked to a lot of platform in terms of accessing services.
Thank you, Honorable Sina. Honorable Ava.
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation, Samra. It is very comprehensive. I really do not have anything to add. It takes on all the issues of accessibility, poor infrastructure, poor literacy of the internet, and then the gaps between children who are vulnerable, children who are on the move, children who are in IDP camps, you know, issues of coverage, issues of universality, of birth registration. Like I said, there's really nothing to add. You have exhausted the topic, but then one wonders if some of these proposals are really realistic. Yeah, while not wanting, it is not my wish that Africa remains, backward, but is it realistic, especially on the issue of infrastructure, how much infrastructure is available? And of course, that also brings out the urban-rural disparities that we also talk about. We experienced this during digitalization of education during the COVID, why children in the cities were able to access digital education. It was not even heard of in the communities. They did not as much as hear that such programs were ongoing because they had no access. So once again, to me, it is the states that are tasked once again. I think the idea behind this concept is just so that registration is made easier and no child is left behind. That technology is leveraged to ensure that every child is covered, under birth registration. I think this is what the whole concept is about. So it also calls for investment. More investment. None of these things are impossible to do. They can actually be achieved by government if investments are made in the right places. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ava. Member States, the floor is yours. Mauritania. After Mauritania, Mali. Mauritania. The floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving Mauritania the floor. And also thank you to Madam Senate for the presentation. This is on an information dimension that I would like to mention. Mauritania, when it comes to digitalization, started since June 2010, a national agency for birth, population census, which is secured. And this agency is in charge of the registration of the population and secure documents, secure issuance of documents such as passports and IDs. Once a child receives their birth registration from the hospital, they already have they already allocated a national identification number. And from 1 month, he can already have a passport to leave the Mauritanian territory. This is the information I would like to bring to you. We're talking about North Africa at 100%. Since 2010, we are already within the digitalization of secured documents for children. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, ma'am, for your brilliant presentation. Thank you to the chairperson of the committee. In Mali, I would start by saying we have several centers for registration of birth. More than 80,000 centers for birth declarations. And in the new jurisdictions, together with the reorganization of 2023, we would like to extend this, and in all the municipalities we would like to create centers for civil registration. But also we have the system for updating, the updated system. We also want to have to work on our system for later registration. When it comes to the embassies, we have 52 civil centers, at our embassies and diplomatic missions. So, since 2009, we have administrative registrations. We started. Therefore, we are really within the digitalization agenda. And indeed, for birth registrations as well. In Mali, with the UNICEF that created a platform, an IT platform. It's a tool indeed that allows us to send and receive information automatically in order to collect population data and to provide services. So UNICEF, or rather, the National Directorate trained more than 20,000 agents to this effect, more than 200 state agents, and also more than 1,000 for services of community health, for centers of community health. Therefore, we are well advanced when it comes to digitalization. We need to know the first right of a child is their identity. A child that has no birth registration is stateless. And we are in the process of strengthening our systems, and I believe that we'll be ahead of many countries, might even be ahead of European countries. Today we're at 87%, and although our territory is quite wide, and despite the insecurity, we're using all sorts of methods to catch up and to be up to date in order to register our children and give them their first rights. Thank you very much.
Now open to civil society organizations and other participants. Okay, I can see at the right far corner there. The floor is yours. You can introduce yourself and where you're from.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to deal with the current issue, which is the digitalization of civil registry, and giving you a perspective of our country, Niger. I am of the Human Rights Coalition dealing with children issues, because this issue is one of our recommendations stemming from advocacy to the government of Niger. In Niger, we have 265 districts, and recently the Association of Municipalities of Niger signed an agreement with a partner so as to install and permeate Instalink in all districts of Niger. And the purpose of this connectivity in those districts is to permeate a civil digitalization. As we all know, that digitalization is indispensable in technologizing Niger's registry, and digitalization enables us to avoid the manipulation of data. In a nutshell, it is a paramount, a preponderant option to guarantee the right of the children so that every child can have a birth certificate in a secure way. So, Sabi, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Niger. At this moment, I'm going to give Ms. Samrat to make her final or concluding remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the committee and representatives of Mali, Mauritania, as well as the Human Rights Coalition of Niger for those inputs. Just to reiterate that the document is aimed at highlighting the trends as well as opportunities and challenges, because digitalization, whether we like it or not, it's happening and it will continue to expand throughout all corners of the continent. So the aim is to ensure that we identify what the risks are, and we are well equipped to address the risks in the best interest of the child, to make sure that every child's birth is registered and all the risks that come with digitalization have been identified and addressed in advance. So your inputs are very valuable. Thank you very much. They will be incorporated in the insights of the document. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Amrit. Can we thank her with a round of applause, please? Okay, at this moment, I'm going to give Dr. Ayelo a chance to share with us what we have for the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of this session. I think, Honorable Roach, sorry for ambushing you, but I think this is the final item of this session that the committee is considering in an open session, and we're proceeding to a closed session. I think it would be important for the chair of the vice chair of the session, on behalf of the chair of the committee, to appreciate our colleagues who have been participating with us since the beginning of this session, as we're going to proceed with the closed session, so that we can actually somehow have a partial close, because the official closing of the session would be held on Saturday, late in the afternoon. But as we are transiting to a closed session, I think it would be good to hear from the honorable vice chairperson of the committee to appreciate our distinguished guests and participants who have been with us since 26th of November.
Merci beaucoup, Dr.
Thank you so very much, able Dr. Ayalo. On behalf of the committee and the Secretariat, I would like to thank unreservedly and unfetteredly all the delegates of member states of the National Institution of Human Rights, civil society organizations for their fruitful participation during the 46th ordinary session, where we tackled so many dossiers, so many issues, and we had a battle of ideas with some guests when we deal with the protection and of human rights. As I said yesterday, on the monitoring follow-up of the decision and recommendations of the committee, together with civil society organizations and NGOs, we are going to continue with our collaboration so that we may involve ourselves for the defense and promotion of human rights in Africa. Sabbi, thank you.
Vice Chairperson of the committee, on behalf of the Secretariat of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, and on behalf of all my colleagues, I would like to sincerely thank you all, representatives of member states, representatives of national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, children representatives, for joining us for the open session deliberations. We will have, of course, as I've said, a formal closing on Saturday, late in the afternoon, but we will also be releasing the communique of the outcome of this session, together with the session report, which will be released in the coming few weeks, but the communique will be out immediately after the closing of the session over the weekend. For those of you who are traveling, we wish you all as safe travels. For colleagues who will be joining us again on Saturday, you are most welcome to join us for the closing, which is going to be a very brief ceremony. For colleagues who need visa, please make sure that you have your visa before you travel back, and if there is any doubts that you have, please approach one of our colleagues, approach us so that we can provide the guidance. Thank you very much, and please join us for lunch as we now break for lunch. For the committee members and the delegation of civil society organizations from Burundi, we will be proceeding with a closed session deliberations in the afternoon, where the committee will be considering the complementary report from Burundi. So we will be back at 2:30, 1 hour from now. See you soon. Thank you so much. Bon appétit.